Wow, just as it hit zero, good evening and welcome. So we're back. I don't look as much of a mess as I am, so that's good. So no one will notice that I am a complete mess. Emotional mess. That's what it is. Hello, Jam Joe. I'm here for the pre-show. All right, let's see what we can talk about in the pre-show. Well, I got a lot of things on my mind, but holy smokes. So let's just dive right in. First, let's get the Factorio stuff out of the way. We're going to do workshop today, and we're going to be trying to just do some design work on Clever. Why? Because I think it's time for us to move on with that. That doesn't mean we're going to be done with the Quillo thing. It's just I kind of want to go back to Sundays being the workshop days, and then the other stream days will be Mega Base days. That's kind of what feels best for me, sort of generally. Because workshop will continue for a long time, while the Mega Base will continue until it's done, and then we'll do something else. Another thing I should mention is I could have played Star Rupture tonight. I have the access. I just clicked the button and then I unclicked it because I was like, I can't get into a new game right now. It is available until tomorrow at the start of our stream, so I won't be able to stream it tomorrow. I'd love to play Star Rupture. There is absolutely no doubt, and I think it would be amazing to get that on here, but I haven't been available for the other days, and I just got back, and I got back an hour ago, and I had to pick up the kids, buy some groceries, cook dinner, feed them, talk to them, and then get started here. There was no reason, no way that I could also sort of mentally get ready for diving into a new game. It would just not be a good, even though it would be the best thing to do for me, sort of channel-wise, there's no way that it would be a good experience, and this game has too much potential for me to hate it too easily. And I don't think I'm going to hate it, but I think that I might just not be able to sort of cope with the idiosyncrasies of a game in early demo right now. So unfortunately, Star Rupture looks amazing. We're definitely going to play it when it comes out in the beta version. I'm also going to be reaching out. They reached out to me, so I'm going to poke them and say, hey, give me more access, please. And then we'll see. So I'll definitely cover the game. It's not because I'm ignoring it. It's just that it's not right. We're not there. I'm just not there today. It's still vacation mode. But this is the last of my vacation. There'll be all sorts of scattered workshops and stuff for ever, hopefully. But no more sort of vacations planned at all. Ever again. Whew. So that's the gaming and channel and stuff updates. So let's talk about the pre-game show. So I was at a absolutely amazing event for the last 5 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, let's call it 4.5 days. It was called Kærlig, which means lovely. It is a Tantra festival. It's here in Denmark. It is the third time I've been there, and it is the best week of the year. That's pretty yeah, without a doubt I can say that. The best week of every year is that week at Kærlig Festival. It is an absolutely magical place where you go for a week of workshops and togetherness and community, and you can go dig deep and go therapeutic. You can go light and be playful, and you can do both at the same time. You can do neither and just listen to gong bath, and or you can go for the more sexual and stuff with lingam and yoni massage. That's intimate massages, or three people massages with blindfolds, and there's a lot of fun stuff. When you say go deep, then I mean like digging into your childhood and figure out where your sexuality comes from, and finding out why is it the way it is, and is that a trauma, or is it kink, or is it a healthy or an unhealthy thing? And they were heavy users of Kleenex for those workshops. I'm not there for that. I'm there for the playthings. So I do usually the fun stuff, but hey, it also got really deep for me at one of the supposedly fun workshops. I'll actually share that just to give you a context of what these kind of things is, and also just show a little bit of vulnerability. Yeah, so it's not just like it's all fun and games, but sometimes it surprisingly digs deep. So there was a workshop Friday evening called going deep is hard work, but can really help. It absolutely can. Hey, Squishy Goffret, thank you for the prime and welcome. Much appreciated. If you're new around here, you're a first time chatter. Well, this is going to be a little bit weird before we get started with the game. So, I'm going to explain this workshop to you. Friday night, it was called Rewild Your Inner Teen. So I thought, this is going to be like playing fun teenage games, but being adults, and then sort of but it was not really that. The two people who were conducting the workshop, they were sort of still brainstorming the concept of it. And it was sort of, it was basically take situations from your sort of pre-teen years and teen years and reenacting them. So it was like, okay, you're in the schoolyard, you walk around, you're just new in school, you look around and you're trying to sort of fit in, and are you going to be like courageous, are you going to approach someone, or are you going to be shy, and you're sort of putting yourself in your as a 10-year-old and going through these, and you're sort of talking about sharing with other people your first like this first situation where you're like, is it a love relationship, or is it just like it's a special friend? Like then the things you did in those kind of contexts, and sort of sharing those really private, intimate moments with other people, and they were sort of going through this sort of the shame of something you're really ashamed of in your teen years. Hey Gunther, thank you for 64. A decent bit of success. And yeah, so lost my train of thought. Yeah, so there's a lot of things, and there was sort of some other things like there was sort of do you remember when we were kids and we play like Cowboys and Indians? Very politically incorrect thing to play these days, but still, or like you're the girls were running around with lassos and catching boys, and when they caught them, they tickled them, and sort of replaying these things. The games that sort of had a subtle pre-sexual context, but there was definitely something. So there's a lot of or cops and robbers or whatever you want to call it, but the concept was still like, this case, like girls catching boys and capturing them, and you're like, oh no, I don't want to be caught, oh no. And it was like reenacting a bunch of adults enacting it. It was really It was fun and also pretty sexy. Not gonna lie, that thing it was pretty sexy to have these kind of games. And then sort of there was okay, so next one was like, oh, you remember like your sort of the first romance, and just like maybe you're at a party and there's this cute girl boy you were interested in, and maybe how do you approach and what is the situation, and think about these situations and try to sort of form groups where this thing plays out. Maybe there was like a triad of friends and there were sort of two guys all both hitting on the same girl, and or maybe you're in a movie theater and then you're sitting there and just kind of shyly, how do you lean over just to there we go. So we sort of had to sort of imagine situations. I was like, yeah, you know what, this soft music, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna imagine like a school party, like, yeah, like those, because I remember that there were so few of those parties, and they were so hyped up, and nothing ever happened for someone like me. So it was like, it's a memory that missed because I didn't have that experience. So I found someone that I'd been flirting with, and we were sort of getting into this mood, and we were just like dancing close, and then just like, okay, Timmy, you were awkward in high school. Yes, I was awkward in high school. Not even high school, like maybe even late grade school. Hey Merden, thank you for the 50 months. Time flies, indeed. Talking pre-teen years here. So I was like, got completely into, because of all the other things, you got completely into this mentality of just jumping into the role. So there's a lot of role playing, but I was an awkward teen that suddenly I was like all stiff and shy, dancing awkwardly with this girl, and I was sort of leaning in and sort of leaning in and sort of hands slowly sliding down awkwardly. Elbaran Khan, thank you for the 6 months. I mispronounced that, but thank you and welcome. And sort of, yeah, so slowly like sneaking in for that first kiss. It was really intimate and tender, and it was felt like exactly like first grade. And then it was like, oh, let's go out. Ooh, it's getting warm in here. Let's go out and watch the stars. And we sort of pretended to go out and watch the stars, and sort of holding her arm around her. Like, it was really sort of sweet, and sort of replaying those cliches that never happened to me. Like, they happened definitely, but just not to me. And then sort of replaying it, and then she got really emotional because it turns out she had exactly the same experience. So we both were sort of reliving that missing teenage dream. So it was like really deep and emotional for us, and also extremely hot, because it was like this, we were sort of suddenly awkward teens again, sneaking in for that first kiss. And then the last thing was like a sleepover. I guess you're new around here, Edix, so a little bit inappropriate there. So this last thing was like a sleepover where like everyone was sort of lying in blankets, and then the facilitators were sort of playing the parents, and they were like, no funny business under the blankets, and oh, here's tea for you, with like coming in at awkward times. And then everyone was like cozying up under the blankets and whispering and watching movies and sort of snuggling and cuddling, and it was just an absolutely fantastic night where you got to relive the idea of being a teen. So that's the kind of thing. And I was like, what the hell is that? Is that tantra? Yes, it's amazingly tantric, because it's about living in the now, which we didn't because we're living in the past, but sort of being present and being conscious and reenacting something that actually it wasn't reliving old trauma, but it was like creating that beautiful memory as it should have been. It wasn't, and there's no way of changing it, but now we had this beautiful moment, and it was really nice. It was really beautiful. And this is the kind of thing when people go like, what kind of workshops do you kind of do? Like, what is it, like week long of just massaging and oils? Like, no, not actually. It's not at all like that. It's like those kind of workshops where there's sort of a setting, some kind of theme to it, and then you sort of go in and you relive something, or you process something, either dancing or meditation or talking or acting out or something like that. And yeah, cathartic is exactly what it was. It was really just sort of bringing like, yeah, now I have that memory. Who cares if it's 30 years too late, but I have it. I have it now. I have that memory. It was exactly how it should be. It was exactly how that situation should have played out. It just never did. And the same for my partner in this case. And it was beautiful. So that's the kind of workshops and how something I thought would be like fun. Like I thought it was like, hey, let's play truth or dare or spin the bottle or stuff like that. But it wasn't. It was a little bit deeper than that. So yeah, those are the kind of workshops, which is like really awkward. A bunch of adults playing teenagers and being sort of awkward teenagers. And the worst thing or the best thing about it was like this workshop, there were like, I think we were like 20 people when we started. And then at the end, we're like 8 people left because so many people had also been triggered by sort of actually getting through the whole process of, hey, pairing up in some way. Some people didn't pair up. And then suddenly they were back to their re-traumatized childhood or teen years again because they didn't pair up, and they were like, this is exactly like my teen years. And you know, that's also a learning, and everything is just a learning. And it's just, in this case, it just happened to be like a really nice one for me. Sometimes it's also like you go to a workshop and then you're like, yeah, this is either it's not really me, or maybe there's something you want but it's not gonna happen, and that's just how it is. And then you just do something else instead. And that's also a big part of it, being there for the rejection or the learning, the process. So there's a lot of that. And like 140 people, I think, gathered in a really idyllic location, just doing these kind of weird exercises and good food and sleepovers and tents and lodges and stuff. It was super amazing. So really, really amazing community. And that's what I spent my week on. And yeah, it's a completely different world for most people. But once you're into this world, it becomes like, oh, there's a breathwork workshop. And oh, this is like a gong bath therapeutic. Oh, this is a primal play. Like all these things mean nothing to you maybe. But for me, they're like different types of workshops. Liquid Love is also one. I didn't participate in that this year. But that's like one of the most amazingly weird things that sort of normal people just will not understand. So I'll just briefly explain that one, and then you can chime in on thinking what you think about that. So it's a workshop. The workshop is as follows. Up to 40 people can participate in this case, and you get blindfolded and you're naked. Then you get escorted into a room, and in this room there is a big enclosed space with like top underneath, and then there's a lot of hot oil, and you get placed randomly into this space, blindfolded, naked, and then you get poured hot oil over you, and then there's loud music, and then you have 45 minutes of just playing around. It is a non-sexual space, but it's a body positive space. What that means is no fingers in holes or anything else in holes, no groping, but you can be curious, and you're just floating on top, and you just slide, and just like you have no idea what you're touching. It's just a mass of human bodies. It is insanely, it's an oxytocin overdose. But man, does that sound awkward and weird to people outside. It sounds annoying to clean up. Yes, it is annoying to clean up, but fuck it. It's a once in a lifetime experience. It's something where when you experience it, it's, to say it's life-changing is not actually an understatement. For me, when I did it first time 3 years ago, that was the moment when I was no longer afraid of men. That's how big of a thing it was. Because I'd never been intimate with men in a space like that, being naked and just rolling over. And it turns out it's just a body, and it's nothing, there's nothing to be afraid of, and there's nothing to be weirded out. It's just lots of bodies, and it was just absolutely amazing. So everything about it was amazing. It's something that once you try it the first time, it is usually life-altering. And the next time it's like, okay, it's naked bodies and oil. That's nice, but yeah, it's not as weird for me. To me, but man, it doesn't sound that crazy to me. Sure, maybe not. Maybe. So it's annoying to clean up. Yeah, way to think about the practical side of things. But you know, that's what the volunteers are for, to help clean up. There's always someone who wants a discounted ticket, and they volunteer for tasks like clean up and setting it up and stuff like that. But it's an amazing experience. Also, like amazing experience of just like you don't know who you're interacting with in this bathtub of hot oil, and therefore it just doesn't matter. Yeah. You're just energy forms driven by meat max. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what. I've only gotten one full body massage. I was slimy for 3 days. Well, that's because you did it wrong. You have to apply the soap before you go in the shower. Then you can get the oil off. But if you go in the shower and then put soap on, you don't get the oil off. Then you are sticky for 3 days. So, the tricks of the trade. Yeah. The small details you get to know. One more pre-show. Ah, right. That is a learn to play. Yes, it's a learn to play technique. It's one of those. Hello, hey, Jamjo. Yeah. So you know, it's those things, and especially when you explain to people the first thing, and I know like 8x2k. I have so many questions. I know the questions that come up is like, but it's sexual, right? It's like, no, it's not sexual. Life pro tips. Ah. But anyway, I got, yeah. It's yeah, it's the thing is, it's really emphasized that it's not a sexual space. And how is that enforced? Well, there are helpers who are there, and they are sort of, their job is to supervise that everything is okay and everyone is okay, because you might get stuck, like small people get stuck between big people and so can't get out. They can just raise their hand, and then someone will come sort of dig them out and help them out into the side and maybe get them somewhere else. Or if they see someone get a little bit too gropey, then they just tap them, double tap them, and they go like, that means back off. And if you double tap twice, then you get picked out. Yes, sensual, not sexual. Exactly. And that's how it really is. It's very sensual. It's very body positive, because it's, I feel like maybe the body types that you think are really nice to look at, and then the body types that are really nice to touch, they might not be the same. Is it normal to be erected, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, anything is. I mean, it's not possible not to be. It comes and goes. But that's a really good question. It's one of the questions that they always address beforehand, because it's like, this is one of the big fears for most men in those cases. Like, what if? And they go like, thank you for asking. Thank you for being brave. It happens. And just don't use it for anything. But, you know, and then the same for everyone. Like, you might meet one that is happy. Just let it be. Isn't the same thing with nude beaches? Exactly. Nude beaches is also like, it, you know, although that's a little bit more, so. Yeah. So it's but it is one of those things, like, and this is also something that just kind of have to process, and most guys would not really feel comfortable with it. And that's the thing, which is also really cathartic for guys to feel that that's not as dangerous as you think it is to roll around. So, visual dog walking podcast, but the previous warm up usually is informative. Yes, yeah. That, I mean, this is also a bit unusual, because I just came home for this festival, and it's just kind of giving you examples of what it is. And there's also like normal massages, and there's like this gong bath I mentioned. There's also something. Primal play is another really, really fun exercise, where you're two people on a mat, and you have like 5 minutes to figure out what happens. And you're like, the rules are, don't hurt yourself, don't hurt the others. Go so slow that people can back away, so you don't violate consent. And if you don't feel like being there, you can step off the mat. And then sometimes it becomes dancing, sometimes it becomes sexual, or sensual at least, and sometimes it becomes like play fighting, or whatever. It can be animals playing, or sort of weird acrobatics. It just means that anytime two people meet each other on these spaces, it becomes something uniquely different. It's super fascinating and very weird. Gangbats great. Chanting too really helped ground me. Yes, it does. It's just really, really good. The one who was here this time. And you know, so all these exercises, they're really refined and they work really well at these things. But I must say, from personal perspective, I was really emotionally taxed all the way through because I was there with my two girlfriends and where all of us are open. So every night we were sitting, the three of us, in bed, just talking about who we'd been kissing with and who we've been doing exercises with and who we found interesting, and then bonding and cuddling, and like this was such an extreme situation for the three of us because we were like, oh, I saw you doing this workshop, like, oh yeah, that was so hot. I was like, okay. And like the situation is just so absurd, but it was really amazing. But giving both my girlfriends time and priority while also being out and exploring was a little bit, maybe too much to focus on, because right now I'm a little bit taxed on on sort of emotional attunement to other people. So beautiful thing to be here. I don't need to be emotionally attuned to you. I can just kind of blah. So to be honest, I think this sounds really interesting, but I could only imagine to do it myself. Yeah. Alone, I met. Could only imagine. Yeah, that's also the normal thing. Normally, people go there without their significant other, their partners, because it's so difficult to be there with a partner and then sort of figure out either you do all the exercises together, or you don't go to the same exercises, or you are open and then you process. So it's really challenging, and it's not twice as challenging with two other people, because then there's like, oh, then there's a little bit too much focus on one and then maybe the other one, and you know, not that we are jealous or anything, but the whole idea of just sort of, we found out that the good rates was sort of ending the night by sitting in bed, just eating candy and and talking about sort of what we'd experienced during the day. It was super amazing. No one has ever accused you of being emotionally tuned to a bot. No, exactly. Exactly. That's so different from my Midwestern US lifestyle. We consider putting extra pepper in the hot just to be living on the wild side. Ooh, solving a Sudoku with a pen instead of a pencil. Ooh, living on the edge. So, yeah. Skipping the yellow orange signs and don't miss it. No, that's coming this week. That's going to be on Thursday. So we're just going to I think you can... I think if you can juggle that, you can juggle anything. Yeah. We've been together for 3 years as a triad. So, 1.5 years as a triad. So it's not exactly a new thing. But it's not exactly a normal thing. And it's only because I live this lifestyle that I can handle that. And they also are also... they're also sexologists like I am, or therapists. So we have like the language for it and experience in it. Do you guys know you talk about these things on stream? Yes, but I also talk about it in very generic terms. So I'm like not talking about it in specific terms. Yes, and sometimes they actually have watched some of my things just for the hell of it, but don't really understand it. Do you get to add the time together? So it's the yeah, okay. No, that's a good point. I've been in a relationship for 3 years, 2 relationships in 1.5 years. No, really, yeah. So yeah. So anyway, that's a different story, and a story that I could talk at length about, but I don't think that's now. That will be like, I am considering doing like a monthly just chatting stream about like blah, whatever comes up, or basically having a topic, maybe something about my journey into polyamory could be a thing, or open relationships, or masculinity, because I've been asked quite a lot of times to basically like, you should conduct workshops about how to be a man, which is incredibly flattering to hear that from from men, and it's also helps that I'm very average, and yet it kind of works. So there's something that works. So yeah. But could you have a game going back which is chill in case things slow down? Yeah, I can always have like a Factorio masterclass where it's just chugging along and we're debugging a little bit every hour or something. Feel you as a father figure. No, not really, but I did have, there was one incident. I'll just explain that incident because I was there, actually really interesting. So during the primal play that I explained about where like lots of mats, and then suddenly there was a commotion. There was a woman who clearly was psychologically unstable, who was not part of the play, but she was sitting too close to one of the plays. So one of the facilitators came over to her and asked her to move, and then she just snapped and started fighting him because there were other people play fighting, but they were play fighting. But then she started fighting him, and you know that's not really. And he was like, "Stop, stop, stop, stop!" And usually, "stop" is the magical word, and everyone was like directing attention to what the hell's going on over there. And she was wrestling him down, and then okay, so he sort of got her sort of situated and then left her, and someone I had just met, like literally 30 seconds before, sat down next to me, and then she walked over, and then that it sort of happened, and then she sort of came back to me, and she came back to me and come back and said, "Please hold my hand." And then I held her hand and sort of calmed her down, and then I raised questions after the session was over, and so like, "Can we address this thing that happened?" And then she got quiet, and then I talked to her afterwards, and she was like, we just met, and we just exchanged a glance, but I just felt safe with you immediately." I'm like, that's a huge compliment. So, to be as a father, yes, my kids, yeah, and that's the kind of thing where I get that a lot, like a lot, like this thing where women feel safe, and that's a really, really powerful thing to project, there being a safe place, especially if you are into kinks and dominance. Then being safe is a really good thing. So yeah. That do these things are not that open with or share with others. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. So anyway, so yeah, sometimes episodes happen, and I think they handle it really well. So they was like, I talked to the guy who was the facilitator, and he said like, if we had to get her out, we'd have to drag her out by force, and that would have been like a horrible thing. So we just sort of isolated her and then let her sit and simmer, and then sort of after the whole thing ended, they kicked her out of the festival. Because you can't have that behavior. So it was really well handled. Part of being comfortable with yourself, it helps make you a safe space. Exactly. So now it's time for gaming. But I think that that would be my one advice. Like, you have to be safe to be around. Maybe bad boys get a lot, but it's better to project safety. And then the art is to project safety and not project I'm friend, please friend zone me. But that's on the second course. You'll get that by paying for the advanced course. How to be safe but not being friend zoned. That's the advanced shit. There we go. Gaming time. I missed that course. Yeah. That's also the oh no. Okay. Mm-hmm. The Streamlabs thing just redirected, or just blocked out. I think we're still good. Yeah, there we go. Good. Let's go. Just going to mention friend zone. Yeah, I never get friend zoned. So yes, of course I do, because you're not cited, but I don't project. Please friend zone me. Not at all. And can also get handily out of a friend zone if need be. Yeah, there you go. Masterclass. Okay, no need to go. Really enjoyed that as always. Good to catch live. Hey, thank you, Jamjo. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah. That means it's extended gets added. Happened to me a couple times. Of course, it always happens, and it's also fine. But I think sort of. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to think a little bit further about the intricacies of not being friend zoned, because you can. I don't mind being friend zoned, but I always I want to project that we can step in and out of friend zone which means like we're friend zoning now, and then maybe down the line it changes, and that's comfortable. While most of friend zoned, and then that's a zone you can never get out of. To this chat free from Bogus. Thank you, Sir Conrad. You're never in a friend zone if you value women as friends. Yes, I mean that's a little bit of a cliche, but I refuse to be friends, so I don't have female friends for that specific reason. Yeah, okay, well that's if I was to sort of say it in a way that sort of speaks to you in based on what you project with that comment, then I'm gonna say, well, your female friends could have friends, so that would also be sort of from your perspective of having a value to it. That could also be a value. See if I hit your target segment with that. Yeah, it's definitely. I have almost exclusively female friends because it's just can talk about much more interesting things than with guys. Guys, it just becomes a little bit too much bravado, and I just don't, or even false bravado, don't like that. And it's really hard to be vulnerable among men. So finding men where you can be vulnerable with is extremely rare, in my experience. Okay, what we're gonna do is, this is where we are for the masterclass series, but there's also more things that I have built but I haven't done yet. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna go to Gleba, and how are we gonna do that? I think we need to go there in person. And then, yeah, let's go there in person. That means we need to go out of editor mode. No, what? No space platform. But you're here. What? Oh, but it's because we're on Fulgora. Oh, how are we here? Dead Freighter. Oh, stop the volcanoes. Yeah, okay. Don't be there. Don't go there. Yeah, park there. Do have a lot of female friends, comes with the hobby of ballroom dancing. Oh, yeah, that's that I can imagine. What do you think makes a factory game you play many hundreds of hours versus a few dozen? That's also a good question. I'll come back to that. Yin Yang and hormone makes a lot of the ideas you talk about hard to understand, I think. Yeah, Surgeon, I think you're absolutely right. But it's also one of those things where, man, you think about like, wow, what a life-changing what would have been, it would have been so life-changing, and this is the kind of thing you're always thinking about, like, oh, if only I had the knowledge I have now when I was young. Yeah, of course, but that's not how knowledge works. That's not how wisdom works, which is wisdom is hard-earned. You can't, there's no shortcut to experience. There's no rested bonus or XP boost. Yeah, so that's yeah, but I think you only get that experience by making the mistakes and growing and being in a learning mindset. But there's still a lot of things that, like for example, my son is 12 and he has he has some male friends where they role playing, but his closest friends that he just hangs out with, they are 4 girls. So they call themselves the 5 little piglets, which I think is super cute. And they hang out and play. And I'm like, I'm so happy because 12-year-old boys who hang out only with other boys have a tendency to be really easily indoctrinated by the Andrew Tates of the world and all the toxic streamers. Not his dad, but the toxic streamers. And this really old-fashioned, perverse, not old-fashioned even, like modern way of looking at women as as an adversary to be won over, but not to be treated well. And by having female friends, like that's the subtle thing that will make him more likely to treat women well growing up and becoming a teen. And then all the teens who treat them like they've been told from a pickup artist how to treat women, and then someone who's actually having a meaningful friendship with girls, that's going to be easier because you know how to talk, you know how to behave, you know the interest, you know, like, so being able to be around women, girls, naturally is a huge boon. So it's like, that's good. I'm going to by making bad decisions. Yes. All them games. I have a few close friends with some shared experiences. I prefer to keep my friend circle small for a variety of reasons. And my friends are the same. Acquaintances. Yeah, okay, that's makes sense. And thank you, Nis, and thank you for the 64 months, and it's 404. Thank you for the 26 months. Awesome. Well, I think we can go there now. No? Oh, right, we need to eject. I feel so awkward with all the acute lack of things we have. So also lifestyle, I'm happily married for 13 years, and most of the wisdom about respecting a partner still applies in monogamous. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if it didn't, if you thought it didn't apply, you wouldn't be a monogamous relationship. You'd be very much not with someone, hopefully. But this is also like really small things. Like I follow up if I have a date of some kind, and like, oh, okay, let's go to Globalicious. Um, I follow up like the day after, and it's really appreciated. And I'm like, that's gotta be like the smallest thing. Like, yeah, you'd think that, but let's see if we should be able to get there, right? There's nothing about these smaller planets. This is such a cute little ship. It's so cute. It's teeny tiny. We need to figure out what we need to bring to Gleba, and then we need to design. But I'm not just gonna go to Gleba, and then we're gonna figure out what we actually want on Gleba, because that's the bigger problem. Like, what is it we feel that is needed to, like, what is the structure we want? I really got time with you yesterday. Text goes, yes. Ooh, it's there's, and I've also been also a courteous rejection. Oof, they're getting a little close, aren't they? We're almost there. We're just not keeping up on the guns. Please stop. Please stop. No. Fuck. Are we here yet? We're here yet. I'm out. I'm off this stupid planet. Whoops. Oops. How do we make things in space? Are they just it's ghosts? Oh no, what am I doing? Oh no, I'm ejecting shit. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, they don't exist there. How do I make stuff here? Guess we do this. Oh right, I'm not in editor mode, that's why. There you go. Hmm? Hmm? It's actually the belt that caused the whole issue here. No undo, yeah. And then... all good. Happy. Okay, so it's not really super safe. It needs to fly slower. Cleverlicious. What? Oh, right. I dropped some things here. Yeah, I shouldn't have. Huh? Okay, maybe we should get out of editor mode. Oh, inserter missing. Okay, thank you. There you go. Like this. So, what is it we want on Clever? Do we have one without the grids? Oh, we have one with grids, but we don't have one without grids. That's weird. Nothing without grid here? That's weird as well. Do we really not have something? Well, okay, we'll take this one and use that. And just remove the power poles here. Yeah. And then we'll make a little clever book. I mean, I can't get rid of this. Ah, it's so weird. Why can I not get rid of it? No. Fuck. Let's get rid of all this shit here. Yeah, I think that's gotta be... What? Oh no. Why does it keep going there? What the hell? This one.
New subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Let's make a little Cleverlicious sign here. Clever landing. There you go. And Maxi, thank you for the prime. Welcome. And do the back. I have to go get brew ready for the wife, who had a rough hand of the little ones on holiday. Oh, we'll catch the VOD tomorrow. Okay, thank you for joining, Dude in the Park. Have a good one. Will your starter base on Clever be bot based? Yes, everything here will be bot based because it's awful. And that depends on what you actually mean by that. Now that I think about what your question was. Okay, so can I get rid of this one? Yeah. I can't get rid. How? Oh, because I have that. Ugh, I'm an idiot. Alright, so let's start by getting a clever city block design for... Anyone want that? Yeah. I don't know what we'd want on a clever city block design. But hey, we have it. Oh no, we don't. Whoa! Oh right, I need to save it. But also remove this, obviously. There you go. Room just from blueprint. Yes. And then I think this one has to go down here. Trees and rocks. Get rid of this. Okay. So what is the first power that we want to do on, like, what is it we want to do first on Gleba? Power, obviously. When we land here, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up one of these. Because when I get switch off editor mode, I still have this one available. So I can still just invent whatever I need here. Oh, it's pretty fair-ish, I guess. Let's invent some robots for ourselves first. There we go. What else? We'll figure out. And Alonafel, thank you for the 26 months. So now we have robots. What else would we want? I think I'm going to let everything just be filtered in here so that we can use this chest as a indicator of what we want to bring to the planet to start with. So whatever we feel we need to get going. Let's see, when we get to Globalicious here, let's oh, why is all of this researched? Oh, because I wanted to, I needed to get yeah, that one researched, I guess. I don't know why some of it. There's so much mucking about to sort of get us to the right state here. What if I just do all the way up to this one, unresearched? Then it just cascades down and unreaches everything else. So let's see. The first thing we want to do, the basis of farming, iron stromaticide. And the other one is copper stromaticide. Okay, so this is what we want. We want to bring stuff for the heating tower. Not the heating tower itself. We want to bring enough to make heating towers, heat exchangers, and steam turbines, and heat pipes. We have those. And we can bring those. But this heating towers, we have to bring the ingredients to build the heating towers. And then we're going to be working on... What's the other one? That's the starting the farming, right? Yeah, agricultural tower. We're going to have to build it without... not without city blocks, but without having too much sort of invented for us. Okay, so... What was it? It was... That one we have. Let's get 200 of those. We don't need like a silly amount. Let's get a stack of that. That's 50. Did we get it? Yes. Oh, we didn't get that one. Yeah. And then we also get this one. That should be 100, I guess. That's a lot of stacks. It's probably too much. Yeah, yeah. Okay, also Roboports is probably a good idea. Roboports. Let's get an 50 of those. Yep. And, oh, I didn't. Yeah, okay. Roboports. Robots. We got that here. We're going to get some 600. Let's give 500. And 500 of these fellas here. And... Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we need all of it, of course. Of course we need all of it. But let's just do the things that we see we need, and then we'll get the rest afterwards, right? This one, probably not so much. Good. All right. And then we need ingredients to make steel, electronics. That's the ones we need. We need miners as well. Let's focus on this one. Concrete, boiler, and heat pipes. Okay, so heat pipes we actually need a lot of, because we need that. Concrete. We can make it on site if we need it. Boilers. So we need 2 boilers for every one of the other ones, so this is definitely enough. Was your first playthrough of spaghetti? No, of course not. Good. And then we can start looking at assemblers. Though we don't really need a lot of those, but we'll get that and then get all the other stuff that's essential. We are not going to take anything, any other kind of inserters than this. And then, of course, the boxes. These we'll get later on. Also that one. And use heat pipes, heat exchange, and steam turbine plus some water. What? Rocket fuel plus U-35 make uranium fuel en route. No, I don't want to do that. Here. Okay. Okay, so let's where's our character? Oh, there's no character here. Okay. But this one still works. We can still add whatever we want. So we can now pick up what we need from this. There you go. That's a lot of junk. Okay, so what is... I think I know something we're missing. Cliff explosives. Miners. Big miners. $20? Yeah, we don't need many. Okay. Here's yours, one of the cats, or I don't know. That's the advantage of having both a blonde and a dark-haired girlfriend. If it's either or, then it's like probably one of those, right? Advantages, advantages. Right. We probably also need other stuff, right? So what do we also need? What is the fuel do we want to do here? We can start out by just getting like wood as fuel, right? These are obviously not working until we get something in. Like, so difficult to get started just to figure out like what is it actually we're doing here? Oh. Is that a new one? Nope, it's not. It's just that this is just not the mega base. This is the workshop thing. And then we get the research. There we go. Agriculture finished. And we need to find the stromaticide. The copper stromaticide. Love the sound. Hold on. We also need some ammo and weapons. Yeah, let's do that first. I haven't actually researched any kind of weapons. Yeah, this one's kind of... No. Don't do that. We need to be in editor mode for this. Let's research this. Where is it? Oh, shift lucky to instant research. Boop. Boop. There you go. Strong explosives. Let's also get that one. Oh, right. I actually think that we want to... Okay. I found that Tesla turrets are amazing, but I'm not sure they're always amazing, or if they're only amazing when they are legendary. Right? I'm not sure. So if they are amazing always, they're just more amazing when legendary, then I think we should sort of go for the option of saying, hey, you know what? We're actually going to use Tesla turrets. It takes a lot more power, but once we get rocket fuel, it's really not a big deal. What are your thoughts on this? And then we'll take that after the break. Let's see. What else do... Well, we definitely need some kind of gun ilicious. What kind of weapon would we want to have against... I think we just want... we want a little bit of ammo. Maybe we don't want to bring it... Don't even want to bring it in, but... Maybe even more. Alright, we need that. And then I also need to make sure that I bring some kind of... What? Vehicle? Submachine gun. There we go. One of those. Boop. Boop. Okay. There you go. Have it. Hopefully that's enough to get something down. How long is the Tesla animation before it opens fire? I don't know. Yeah, we should definitely test it. Yes, once we get power going. But we do have a lot of wood, so that's going to be the first thing we want to deal with is burning wood into something. We did not get the research we wanted, so yeah, we need to find that research. That means we need some copper stromatosite. Where's that? We drop pentapods. We can always just go poke them here. They're right up here. They're very much not dangerous to start with. First ones. Good. Does that give us anything? Nope, just problems when they spawn. Okay, so this is still the wrong kind. Here you go, laser turret should be... I don't know why that completed, but okay. Still the wrong color. There. Bam bam. Heating tower. Good. So let's get the heating tower. I don't think the name heating tower is a good name. I think incinerator would be a better name. Because that sort of implies both that it can be used for burning, but also that it can be used to get rid of stuff. So now we can make a... 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. Good. We'll do that after the break, and then these ones will not spawn during the break. The burning hot space, yes. Okay, so this one, dot 1. Good. All right. We are in Gleba. We're still alive. I'll take a 2-minute break. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back to this weird stream. Turn on everyone panic. Oh, everyone panic is cancelled. Have you ever played Space Exploration mod for 1.1? Yes, I hated it. Good. So let's see. What is the first blocks gonna look like? What do we want in the first blocks? Power. Just a simple power plant is gonna be the first primary thing. Anything else? I don't know. Some hub things. So let's build the stuff we want and then see what else we need, right? Landing pad is probably a good idea. Probably a really good idea to get. So let's actually request the landing pad. One landing pad coming right up. Doot. Ah, only one. And some of these, they're not very good at this point, but we'll take them. Smelting is probably also a good idea. So, yeah. This one should be built. Boom, boom, boom. Let's copy paste something we know. Because that kind of works. This one kind of works, right? Fine. These, not there yet. But I think that's a fine place to start. Then let's build a power plant up here. What is the power plant going to look like? This one is constant consumption 16 megawatt. And it outputs 140 megawatt. That's, it bugs me. But alright. Let yourself not be bugged. That one. That one is 10 megawatt. So I need 4 of these. And then also need water. Water is easy to get here. Let's design some kind of unit. And each of these are producing 10.3. Yeah, okay, this is the weird thing, right? How is it? It's basically 7, but 8 is the only thing that makes sense. I know what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, it doesn't need to be this complicated. Okay. I just like, we have it, but nope, it doesn't. I think this is probably the... Yeah, solar to kickstart, yes. Do we need solar to kickstart what? I need to get above 500. The water pumps. Water pumps. That also means pipes. How did you select all the generators at once? All the generators at once? Like this? Just copy paste block. Control C. That. Control X. Cut. If that's what you meant. I don't know. Heating power tower to... What? This is producing 40 megawatt of power. This is consuming 10 megawatts. So it's 1 to 4. Why would you say 2 to 3? It's 1 to 4. Consume 16, produce... Yeah, somehow it's 250% effective. I don't know. It's magic. But I think I also have like a bigger power plant of this. Because this is only producing... what? Oh, this is only producing 40 megawatt, which is nothing. So then maybe let's build a bigger one. Since we can't copy the infinity filter to a ship filter, wouldn't it be easier to just get one stack of each item in the infinity so you can build a ship filter inside? Yeah, that's probably true. Many watts, as in MW, many watts. Okay, so this is not big enough. Do I want a dedicated block just doing power? I probably do, but I don't know if I want it now. It's probably not what I want first. Let's design that, just for the hell of it. What would that look like? Yep. Fine. This is pretty simple. But it's also, not exactly city block sized. Like this is what I did previously and then I used these. Oh, probably want those in here as well. Right, so this is too much. Not a lot too much, but a little bit too much. And this is not much. I don't like this particularly. Because it, yeah, don't like it. Yeah, 100 megawatt can go a long way. And each of those is 40, so maybe I should just make it something like this on either side, and then just basically say this might not be fast enough, shuffling it fast enough. Wouldn't there be any way that I can make it to 3 in a logical, good way? Not really. Yeah, that sucks. I guess this is the least awful. Top tower 1 up. Why? So there's one space, two spaces in between, which means I could do it like this. Would be nice if it was like one thing going in, but... Oh, right, this is also not working because it's not hooked up, so never mind. Never mind. It has to be like this. Just pause me. Oh? That's weird. What? Where? What? There. 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 Place on bottom one, 3 tiles down, and... Oh. Okay. I don't know if this is what you meant, but... Is this an option? And then just having... Does that do anything for us? Not really. Oh, they're a little tougher. Repair packs. But I still need to place the heat pipes into the other one. I need some... This. How does that... Oh, that fits because I actually put that extra one in. Huh. No, there's no neighborhood bonus on these. No. Interesting. So, because of this damn thing... It works if I leave a space here, but I don't want to leave a space. Space in the middle? Yes, space in the middle works better. That looks symmetric. Plus, it also argues that... Oh. Oh, crap. Well... That's an awful lot of power poles for this shit here, to be honest. I forgot. Power needs power poles, oddly enough. Is there, no, there's no way that this has to be here, otherwise it doesn't affect that one. But on the other hand, I could also do this. And then maybe I... Yeah, that's much better. Okay, and this is connected. Okay, this is getting better. So what are we gonna get here? All of that. Oops. And also spoilage? Yeah, we don't think we need... We have a lot of spoilage here. We'll get a lot of spoilage at least. So. And we need water in here. These are heating up. And then water somewhere in... Oh, I can't get past. Damn it. See, now this doesn't seem like a great idea. This seems like it should be built. I need to understand if we really need some Kickstarter. There. Do we need some water, some power to kickstart it? I really don't understand why we would want water to kickstart it, or... What? The water comes in, gets heated up. We just need more heat. With the plant steam generators, what? Kickstart with the plant, what plant? I don't know. Can't walk past because I don't have. This gives absolutely no heat. So much no heat. All right, let's go out and get some more trees. Yeah, bring some rocket fuel to start. Yes, let's settle for that idea. Get some rocket fuel to start with. Oh no, this box is full. Yeah, it takes forever to get there. Yeah, uranium fuel en route. It's maybe not the worst idea, but I don't know. I haven't really delved into Coverx build. Okay. And this needs to... Oh, hold on. I also need some circuit condition for this. Oh, really? Oh, no. Oh, crap. Well, that's the short way of the fix. Easy way of fixing it. Not a good fix. What is this? Oh, and circuit conditions. Shouldn't that be... No. They'll get their own. You're gonna read temperature. Read temperature. You are gonna enable when the temperature T is less than 600. It could be done way more advanced. Yeah. New ship. The starter ship is kind of standardized. Yeah. If fuel is coming from bot, you will need power. What's that? But you can... What? If fuel is coming by... Yeah, fuel is coming by bot, but not the first fuel. The first fuel goes straight in here, like I'm doing now, which should be enough to get it. Like one stack got it to 350, so the other stack will get it to more than 500, which means the whole thing comes online. This one starts working. Power is good. So I'm just gonna hand feed it. Yeah, and then all of this will come online at some point. So that's one thing that we definitely want in our starter block. Then the second block, I think that's gonna be like a random crap that we want, whatever that means. That means the hub, let's have a look on Volcanus, or maybe even on Fulgora, where like we have all these standard builds, but we also have the hub of everything we want to build on this planet. Which is a lot. Do I want to make all of it here? Not really. But on the other hand, well, what I need to do first, I think, is make an iron and copper production from the germs. Is that the first thing we want to do? So that we sort of have a production. Ooh, look at that. We got them power. Yeah, and things are switching on. Yay, robots are doing stuff. Zip. What's happening? Oh, right, they're bringing some rocket fuel in here. Okay. Right, so far so good. I don't think it's actually... Like, if we want to establish ourselves on this planet, then this one just leads into here. That's weird. But the farming leads into Jellinut, Yamako, Biochamber. Biochamber leads to Bioflux. Bioflux leads into, oh, bacteria cultivation. Oh, that sucks. Spamer, thank you. Spamer 2, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Yeah, small smelting setup. So how do we get... Yeah, set up biochamber production first. Yes. Let's see, what is the cost of a biochamber? That is nothing that we can't sort of... Yeah, okay. So this would require iron plates and electronics. And we get so much from just going out and farming some bacteria. So we don't need... We can't make the bacteria cultivation until after we have biochambers. So what we can do is make some basic smelting. The problem, question, consideration is, are we going to get the bad one or the good one? Like, are we going to do this part here? With this? Because this is really good. Or are we going to do the bad one? Diffuse, thank you. 78 months. Ooh, that's nice. Thank you. 78 months. Toss a coin to your Nidos. Yes, absolutely. To your Twitcher. But calcite. We have plenty of calcite on Volcanus, but I just don't think I have calcite in the amounts that I can just ship it over here in meaningful quantities. Might not be worth the trip. Exactly. Because then I shouldn't have a dependency. And thank you, Silver Cecil, for the 200 bits. Yeah, I think we just need to make, like... We're in the route of your orbital factory. Yes, but we have to think about our actual production on each planet is, at this point, really pathetic. So it's a little bit early to start making a orbital planet thingy that drops down. Okay, so it happened. We just got a random hype train somehow. Thank you, Michael, for the tier 2 for 73 months. Very much glorious. And that, let's say that that's the one that triggered the train. And Keftabulous with the 200 bits. Thank you. Can we get irons from space? We're not going to get irons from space. But we can, but we're not going to. Calcite from ships, yes. Either ship it in or bring it in from an orbital factory. I don't like either option. Because what either option gets us is productivity boost. So let's say this one is 50, turns into 500. And this one is... Ooh, Peter Chia, thank you. First, Hempelman, 3000, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. And then Peter Chia, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Hey, and thank you. Completing level 1. And Keftabulous with the 11 months of Prime.
Welcome home.
So this, without productivity, becomes 50 iron ore.
Welcome back. Your steadfast
Becomes 500. It becomes 50 iron plates. Okay, so 50 iron plates. So that's like even, but then it gets like the productivity here and the productivity here. So it gets 2 times 50% productivity. So basically what we're saying is, do we want to go through a lot of hassle of getting calcite in order for us to become more productive on that? I don't know. Slogar, thank you for the 5 months. And also Chris Rain, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. Thank you. Hey, working our way towards level 2, maybe. I definitely want it at some point, but I really don't think this is the sometime is now. Where is the where's the calcite? Rocket capacity is 500. There you can also say like, hey, we can it from cars just isn't worth the productivity bonus for what the temp solution anyway. It's not actually a temporary solution. The permanent solution is like then we could settle in to just make it a permanent solution because hey, if we make it with this, damn, it's now full of junk. Yeah, so now it's a good idea about this. Just one stack of each. Anything else? Multiple stacks. Remove unfiltered items. Why does that not do what I thought it would do? Because they're filtered items, there's just too much in the filter. So just get one stack of each.
More
Whoa, that
shall
was
gather.
something.
More shall enter the fray.
Foo for the hell, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Amazing. We are looking realistic towards the level 2 at least. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I love that. Out of the corner of my eye, just see the whoosh. Love it. Best feeling.
More shall gather.
Ooh, Davis.
More shall
Thank you for
enter
the
the
20
fray.
gift subs. Oh, wow. That's also a whoosh, completed the hype train level. Thank you so much for that. And welcome. Good evening. Wow. That's level 2 completed, but it's also level 3 completed. Is it almost level 3 completed? Okay. Okay. Definitely a thing. This one will just be like 20. Good. So we got all of this. Now I'm going to switch over to editor mode, because then I'm just going to take this out and put it back in. And then it's reset to the quantities we just had. And then we on editor mode. There you go. And the Centode with a 5 gift subs, completing the level 3. That reminds you to set the filter to exactly and not at least. What? Oh, right, exactly. Okay, I don't bother to do that. We just did it like this. Okay, so that's why it didn't work. Cool, because it's not working as a requester. Okay, you.
More shall gather.
Ooh, Sujin! Ooh, whoa. That was crazy. I guess we're gonna stay up late tonight. Did I not say that I was tired? It's wasted after 5 days of conscious touch and conscious being. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Level 5 is halfway there. Wow. 50 gift subs. No rest for the wicked. And that is definitely what I am. Naughty as fuck. There we go. Alright. Wow. Thank you. I'm at work for 5 and 5 hours. I need electronic touching. Electronic touching. The big guns never tire. See this? I love that quote.
More
and you
shall
would
gather.
think
More shall enter the fray.
Isentropic, thank you so much for 25 gifts. And just like that, we are on the hype train. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Isentropic. Let me just see. First to 25 gifts, just like that. Want to stay up late. Yeah, big guns never tire. You would think that there would be. We know that it's a 40k quote, but you would think that it is an Imperial Guardsman or Imperial motto or something, but it is not. It is a chaos. It is part of the 13th Crusade by Abaddon, where some commander holds it. Hey Barthak, thank you very much for the 5,000 bits. Good to see you. And something like an hour enemies will know that our ships are laid at anchor, and the big guns never tire. It really, we need to find that quote. But it is part of Abaddon's, the 13th Crusade. Ah, someone has already found it.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Who said this? Though my guards may sleep and my ships lay at anchor, my foes know well that big guns never tire. Yeah. Huron. Though my sentries may sleep and my ships lay rest at anchor, our foes know full well that big guns never tire. Luft Huron, master of the Astral Claws chapter, the tyrant of Badab. Yep. 3rd edition rulebook. It's the same as the quote. Oh, wow. How is that? Bruce Reddy, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Even more. Yeah, so it's the same as this war. War never changes. And you think it's like some profound thing as like, oh, it's from Fallout. Like, oh, I knew it was from Fallout, but I didn't think it was originally from Fallout. But it was. Alright, so decision time. Do we do like basic stuff like this, where we just basically say, hey, request a something inbound. I'm going to start reading 40k. Where do I start? I have no idea. No one knows. Hey, Bartek, thank you so much for the 57 months. And look at that. So you may not be around every stream these days, but you have still maintained a level 3 sub for 57 months. I wholeheartedly appreciate that. This is one of the things that sort of, it's not a small thing, but it's one of those things where if someone sort of isn't really around so much, but they used to be around a lot, and then you see them once in a while come in and renew the sub and see that the sub has continued all the time, that they may be sort of on hiatus. Like, oh, that warms my cold dead heart. Persians the Third, thank you for the 77 months. That is also a magnificent amount of months to maintain. Alright, so something like this is an option. I feel a bit of guilt that as well. What? "60 seconds left for the hype chain to sneak in one from Sujin. We're gonna remember that for when we do the mega base, so we can get you a nice glorious ship. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. Wing Commander, Secretary Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, all right, close. Whoa! Oh, wow.
More shall enter the fray.
Provider Hell, thank you for the 20 months, 20 gift subs on top. Wow. That is, that's not enough to sneak it. Oh, no. Oh,
More
no.
shall gather. More shall
No
enter
stress
the fray.
for the wicked. No. I'll never get Hofkleber. Thank you so much, Devers. Wow.
Our illustrious champion.
That is amazing. I'm
Welcome home.
not genuinely complaining. Okay, so I think that this is a bad idea. This generally thing here, right? Reason why I think this is a general bad idea is because this is not a... this is not sustainable. Because this is not how we want to do it moving forward, because we actually want to have all the other things made as well. Yeah, you've had your vacation, now back to work. I know. Not Wars, and thank you for the 46 months. What was the title? Last video, never again. I know, I know. Yeah, I was actually considering at the start of the stream to say it's probably going to be a short stream because I'm a little bit tired. So I may have to owe you some of this if I'm falling apart completely. Yeah. I think it's a perfect build for dropping into Gleba. We get the basic materials. We can delete them after we get Bacterium. No, but this one doesn't have anything to do with Bacterium because Bacterium is also just creating iron ore. So it's from iron ore to iron plate. That's still going to be the same. Because let's be honest about what we actually need. We're going to need on this planet to have iron made. We're going to have steel made. We're going to have gears made. We're going to have sticks. We're not going to have LDS, are we? No. Well, maybe. Hey, Benjo, just joining in on the train. Thank you. What has happened? People love seeing me tortured on Gleba. That's what happened. Here. Anything missing? Oh, yes. So, yeah. Let's put that into a Bacterium build, not a separate foundry. Put what into a Bacterium build? Nothing is going to get... None of this is going into a Bacterium build. The Bacterium build is not using that. That's using Factorio to Bacterium to start with, and then kicking off. So, yeah, you can see this is a lot. So I think we do need this part, which means that we need. Obviously, one cannot support all of this, obviously, but it is sort of a hub. So. I'm also wondering if we should design it so that it also builds LDS. Like this one here? Oh, right, that one. That should also be there.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, concrete. Another thing. Yeah, it's basically like this one. Ooh, Aeronymous, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you, better late than never. Sometimes. Good evening, tall man. Pipe. Iron, steel, gears, sticks. That one. Concrete and... What are these? Oh, enable and that. Enable on that. Okay. Train successful. Amazing. Sujin with the 50 subs. Ooh, we got a hype chest. Ooh, how irrelevant. Thank you so much. Level 6 train. Whew. I am honestly a little bit overwhelmed by this. I may not look overwhelmed, but that's because I am exhausted. Which comes back to the core of the problem. What's a hype chest? I don't know. I just get a pop-up that says unlock hype chests when a hype train completes. Yeah, so when I'm looking at this, it feels to me like I should get 2 of these. But that's not... Like, getting one more... Getting this one here just doesn't make sense. Or does it? Not really. Or maybe it does. No. Then it would be... Hold on. This one, and these two go out. Okay, let's redesign. All the shit in the middle can just go away. Now we're just doing it base format-ish. And then you can be here. And this is here, and yeah, that's good, right? I think. Except the concrete is not great to have here. Love to have concrete over on this side. No. That's a bad place. Or now you need calcite on both ends. Yeah, but I decided that since I have 3 inputs, I need calcite in 2 places anyway. It's low quantity. There's no way I can, well, no way, but I can't see how I can get it into one place, because then I'd have to do something like this. That doesn't seem feasible. Subliter for like a day. Well, more than that. Well, more than a day, I would say. More than a day. Hopefully more than a day. Add LDS between copper and iron. I don't think I want to make LDS on this planet, because I can't make that until I have plastic and... yeah, maybe. But then I lose something else from this, and that is, now it's uneven again, or odd again, so then I could potentially take this out and just say like, yeah, fuck it, you just don't produce enough iron. But it's for a hub, so maybe it doesn't matter. It's a little bit of a push, I guess. I can't move. And the next thing becomes, where the hell do I place this? Because this also has to be somewhat consistent. You don't produce anything outbound. I hate the music on Clever. Need copper on this one by the edge? Yeah, I kind of do. Which means this one should probably be on the other side. Which actually fits way better. Except... symmetry is important. Actually, one of my girlfriends said to me on the car... I just messed up everyone. On the car home, that when she just got to know me, or after we'd been dating for a bit, she wanted to see what I was doing for a living. So she started looking at my videos, and just some of them she just didn't understand. and obviously, and then some of them. Oh, this is not working. I don't have enough outbound now. Oh, yeah, the one inbound. And um, yeah, and then she was watching sort of the motivational stuff and yeah, the other stuff, just because the channel updates and stuff like that. And then she was also watching a little bit of my factory. I was just impressed by how fast I was working and how much I just talked complete nonsense. But she was also saying, and then I looked a little bit, and I could recognize the way you play the game is the same way you are tying. She was like, "You call it crisp designs, right?" I was like, "Yeah, exactly, crisp," because that's exactly how what I'm also aiming for when tying. It was really fun that she could see my stylistic thing from watching me play a game to being watching me tie rope, and I was like, "That's pretty impressive." But that means I must have a particular style. Oh, lights. The most important thing to have on this planet. Lights, lights, lights. We're doing a little bit now. There we go. So we got the most important things. The last guy who used a PlayStation controller didn't make it. What? What are we talking about? Okay, so that one goes out-ish. Okay, so let's see. This has to both go directly across, but then also no inbounds, only outbounds. Out, out. Out and out. Yeah. And out and out. And this is going into both. This is going out. This is going out. And then, oh. Let's try to be consistent with the other rules here. Like that one and that one, right? This one is the exception because reasons. And this one is letting it go back. Good. Do you have mech armor at this level? Actually, yes, I do. That's a good point. Actually, I can expect to have mech armor. But not in quality. What would I want to use more space on here? Space on. Not another one of these power plants. More legs? More, like maybe one more leg? And then more personal roboports, right? So I can move the batteries. No, don't shuffle batteries. And get one more exo and then 3 more. Yeah. Upgrade roboports? Oh, right, that's true. Oh, hold on. When's the upgrade roboports? Yeah, we have that one. Done. And how many? That's 175. Would like to get one more. Maybe it's not actually legs. Maybe it's 150 is enough robots, right? Or 200. I feel that one. Personal batteries Mark II. What about personal batteries? That's also an option, right? That's not so bad. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. That'll look somewhat okay, right? Is I'm late. Can someone tell me what's the goal today on Glebber? This just except for seeing you just falling asleep. Yeah. Well, that too. The goal here is to get some kind of figure out how to get a good start. Like, what are the things that we want to make first? What do we want them to look like? What is the next things? Sort of, first thing we do is we land, we get power. Next thing we want is we want to get a hub up and running, which means the getting sort of a manual production of iron and copper coming in, and then take it from there. And then after that, we'll go start mining some of these. But then we need to have sort of some power. Let's actually test some things in terms of defenses. Yeah, Tesla turrets. We probably don't even have those research. No, we don't even have those research. So back to the editor. It's expensive? Okay. Okay, Tesla turrets. They can only be made on... Can they? No, they can be made anywhere. But they need electrolyte, so basically. Be able to stream run down when you're slumped over sleeping. Actually, that's not allowed according to sort of Twitch terms of service. Distractor capsule? What the hell is a distract? Oh, what? They come in capsules and then they destroy to robots. Ah, okay, cool. I just haven't seen these things because I've never built them. So, so is this expensive? Yeah, they're pretty expensive, but I don't know. Does this feels expensive for one Tesla turret, and then on top of that, there's a lot of other crap as well. Just sleeping, yes. We need to get back out of this mode. Let's get some Tesla turrets and test them out. Okay, so one of these has a passive drain of 1 million and a max consumption of 7 megawatt. That's a lot when we only have 93 to go. And that's not even correct, is it? It's 80. We have 80 megawatts to go. So okay, I have 10 of these and that's it. No more power. Do I have power poles? No, I mean landfill. We do not have landfill. There we go. Oh my god, they're awful. But hey, we got a little bit. It's this problem here. Well, it's powered, right? No, it's not powered. When is it powered? Oh, when one of these completes. Yeah. It takes forever to get this, but it is about as good as we can make it, right? What's the power of this? Oh my god, yeah. 9. 9 per second. I forgot how much productivity actually makes a difference. Let's take a look in here and say, do we have this? Shouldn't we have a few of these? There you go. Not that it really matters a lot, but we'll just chug along. Modules? Nah, we're not in a position where we can use modules. They're too expensive. I mean, yeah, if we wanted modules, it would have to be efficiency modules.
Welcome home.
And Reptilian, thank you for the 31 months. But it is a good valid point to get modules in here. That's this one. And it is this one. And then the only one we have is that. Oops. Oh yeah. That should still be pretty cheap. Max minus 50%. So, it's still working. Patiently chugging along, getting down here. Oh, this is powered. Oh, it actually killed everything, so that's completely useless. We learned nothing from this. Because I didn't see it, how fast it was, just if it was sapping everything or if it's just slowly chugging along. Oh well. We also have to remember that our production is pretty miserable. Good. And all these will cultivate. I don't know if we should have like a warning up here. I actually will never run out because we have rocket fuel here, so they'll just pick up rocket fuel and they'll be happy. I'm not sure which one they'll take out first. What are they putting in? Oh, that's yeah, useless spoilage fuel. Okay, so all of this needs to be updated. Oh, we can float now. We float down here. This one. And do I want to cap this? I mean, I guess I do. This one will be plastic that we don't have, copper that we absolutely have, and calcite that we do not have. Next one, steel. Time to stretch. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Yeah. Why not cap the outsiders? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe yeah, maybe that's a better idea. It's usually a better idea. All right. Time to stretch. Good. Back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Good evening. You know, back in the 80s, there used to be, in the US at least, a commercial on at 10 o'clock that says, "It's 10 o'clock, do you know where your kids are?" No, I don't know where my teenage daughter is. So I think that might be a good time. I just sent a text to say, "Hey, I'd like to know what your plans are. It's 10 o'clock. It's on a Sunday evening. I know it's summer vacation, but I need to know where you are." Um, and I said to her that I'll come pick her up if she wants to come home, or I'll come bring the stuff if she wants to sleep over at her friend's. But you know, she's 15. There's also a chance that she is not at her friend's. So I'm like, I'm going to give her 15 minutes. So remind me in 15 minutes, because then I'm going to call the parents of where she's supposed to be and ask if she's there. I hate it, but she wasn't. She needs to inform me by 10 o'clock what she's doing, if she's going to sleep over at her friend's or not. And you know, I think is that unreasonable? She's 15. Yeah, legal guardian is silly. I mean, we're not in the. Yeah, maybe. I think 10 o'clock is a reasonable time to serve. The fears of teenage daughters, uh, fears on behalf of teenage daughters. I don't think teenage daughters have much fear. Fear of sort of not catching the latest trend of fast fashion is probably the biggest fear they have. Suddenly, the biggest fear is like being sort of, yeah. Uh, I think we might want to do it like the usual way. Like this one where we have one place where we update everything, because then I can. Or is that silly? Is it silly for me to have one place that says how much iron do I want, how much steel, how much gears? Uh, what country? Denmark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And also concrete. And then the copper. Like, is this a better idea to set up quantities and then have all the other ones so you only fix it one place? Or does that just become weird because whatever, you're going to fix it someplace anyway? Yeah, I think this becomes weird. Oh, yes. Yeah, not yes. I think that becomes weird. Might as well just fix it in. But then it's like, is it going to be hooking these ones up to the logistics network? How safe is Denmark? It doesn't get safer than that. Yeah, complicate for nothing. Yeah, I think that's a good point. But then the question is, do I disable this on logistics, or do I go for the outserters? Because the outserters, that's the usual way. But now that we have the option of hooking these ones up directly to the network, why wouldn't that be a better option? I think it is. This one's never off. Never off. Oh, where's your output inserter? Output inserter thingy? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so there's an option. Might as well fill the boxes, then do logistics on hop as well, like usual. Whoops. Oh, I thought it was a notification of attack. I don't agree with that, because if I don't want it to be filling up the steel box ahead of getting a single concrete going. So I'd rather sort of have them all balanced. And of course, you know, like idling, then it'll, yeah, I don't know. There might be some cases when suddenly it used a lot of concrete and then nothing else gets built because everything flows into concrete. Yeah, I don't think I like to fill up the boxes. Yeah, stone bricks. Yes, stone bricks is a good point. Oh, right. Ugh, yeah. Which means that has to be over here. That means you don't have an output location feasible. Fuckity fuck. Would that be different if it was up here? I kind of feel then the whole thing needs to be reversed because you have to go up here. And then you go up here. That's copper. That one. Nope, nope. This is output here. Your output here. Does it make it better? Maybe. Maybe. Still. So stone bridge here. That means we. This one will be lots of ironium, some calcite, and some. Some of that. Yeah. Which is still something we need to deal with. And you were missing then the output. Get that out there in case I think it's a good idea suddenly. There. So that's the output, because then it's symmetrical all the way through. Except for that one. What the hell? No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. So it works. Yes. There. Now it's symmetrical for no reason, but whatever. Let's see. This one will be concrete. Next one is pipes. And next one is... Oh, hold on. Now I think this is safer, but then I need to cap this at some kind of threshold that there has to be... Oh no, that doesn't work. Because there's a chance that I have a lot of pipes, but they're just not in this box. And therefore, if I'm saying this has to be over like that to go more than 100, then it might be over 100, but there's nothing in this box because it's somewhere else, and then it doesn't get there. Yeah, so then this one, is that safer? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess. 6 per second, that's more than this one can handle. Okay. It'll be fine. Sticks. Oh. No! Shit. That... We'll do this. Whatever. Not symmetrical anymore. Yep. Oh, you don't have an output. That's why. Okay, but you have an output. That's this one. Your coils. And you are plates. Coils. Good. Then we set this up as some kind of constraint. What do we feel like this constraint should be? I have no idea what would be a good number. 1,000? Probably a little bit much since they stack to 500. That's 10 stacks would be 500. That'll be fine. Let's go for 10 stacks of everything. Maybe not this one. Five stacks. Five stacks. Concrete. 10 stacks. Yeah. Now this is a pretty good unit. Just need water from one side and then it's working. Then the coordination with my son for tomorrow. Need to do that. Shit. I think I need to deal with this shit here first. Sorry. And then just like that, my daughter texted me, so I think I need. She says she's coming home, so you are yeah. Break screen. Nah, don't need it. Good. I like this. Now I just need to jam it in here together with that, I think. Because that makes sense. Water here, water there. This one, please don't throw it away. I'm gonna have to save just to get this. Because it needs to go here. Is there any way that this one could take up less space? Like, could theoretically be placed like this, but that's really weird. Like, these two have fit nicely together. Yeah, thematically by the rest of the hub. Yeah, it would, but it's also a little bit like, where then? Okay. Okay, so everything looks to be handled. Sorry. Good. All right. Okay, so this one has to go with the hub. I think that's a good point, because that's also kind of where it is on the other location. Or maybe this one just goes over here with, I don't know. Let's just make the items, and then we'll make the stuff we want, and we can sort of fit it in later, I think. Like this one. Like that. Whatever. Good. Let's have a look on volcanoes as reference. We have this one. Yeah. All of this is for the science, and the rest is what we need, but we don't need that one. Good. But then we also have, yeah, okay. And then we don't build this, but we do need to make green circuits. But we don't need to make it like this awful. And water is just something we have on this planet, so we need to get some of these going. That's also something we need to get. Huh. It just transitioned out of the science, and there. And I don't want to put any productivity on these. The other issue we have, or not issue, but we still have to deal with how do we get calcite in. I think the short answer is, well, we'll just bring some. If we bring 2 rockets full of calcite, it's 1,000 calcite. That is something. One thousand calcite times, that's 50,000 iron ore that we pick up. That seems like a lot, right? That seems like we would get there eventually. You are going to make green circuits, and that's something we make here, but that's it, right? That is something we have. Okay. Oh shit. Sorry. And it doesn't grow on Gleba, so nope. After your advanced asteroid processor, you can have your ship just build it up. No, you have to build a separate ship for it. But that's a little bit too expensive for us. Right. I don't know. We'll just build this. The hub. What do we want to make in this hub? That's really weird, because here we made basically everything we need, and I don't know why. Even made trains. Why the hell do we make trains on volcanoes? I have no idea. Actually, we made it here because this is where we want to make it in the future, so might as well make it here instead. Yeah, we make everything because it's free, yes. The question is, are we going to continue to do that on Gleba? No. Are we going to do that? Are we doing that on Folgora? No. Yes. So here we're also building everything we think we want. Huh. But we also get everything for free on Folgora, so that's fine, but that's not really the case on Gleba, right? Factorio also free, yeah, and you can also say Gleba is also free if you just get the bacteria rolling. But on the other hand, like a lot of the stuff we need, like, oh, we run out of lights. Should we just sit and wait for another ship to come in with lights? No. Just make it. But there are some things we have to make, like rocket silos, for example. So everything that's needed for rocket silos will either need to be brought in or built. So that's some of the things, right? That's going to be brought in, and the rest needs to be produced on site. Yeah, Factorio needs trains, but yeah, Volcanus does not. And Gleba does not. Mm. But making stuff like roboports on Gleba would be really silly. There's nothing that makes it a good place to build it. Same with stuff that uses like a lot of inserters, also bad things to do. So I don't actually think I want to build anything except rocket silo makers, right? And maybe some reinforced concrete. Do I even want reinforced concrete? No. And then we make let's start building assemblers for what we want. Like there are some things we absolutely want. Like we need to make that one because that can, I don't know, it could be made in somewhere else, but it's not going to. It's going to be made here. The heating tower, that's going to be made here as well. Would be really nice if we could see what we're doing here. Okay, and then we definitely want to get a rocket silo maker because that's something we have to make. And that means we need to get some. How many rockets do you have per planet? That's a weird question. That is an unanswerable question. For the starter base, I'm just building 4. But for the mega base, 1,000 on on Volcanus. I think 1,000 rocket silos. Ammo is something we probably want to make, unless we go all in on the Tesla turrets. I want to go all in on Tesla turrets, but that would mean that our Fulgora base has to be updated to also make Tesla turrets. Yeah, that's actually a really good place, except it's a really bad place. Oh my god, it's so close to working, this place. Oof. Is this... Hold on. This one doesn't need to be there anymore. Once this is... Oh, it's not even good enough. Oh. Shit. So that's at least taking care of one thing. Then we need... Oh, that also needs the stupid electrolyte. God damn it. Ah. How do we hack this? Time for night business. Alright, thank you for joining. Never hurts to have bullets. Spoken like a true American. That's odd. This is enable when it's greater than 0. What the hell is going on here? Oh, it's not actually part of the list? Oh no, that's horrible. Oh, we haven't actually been to Fulgora yet. Okay, so actually Fulgora can easily be changed now without sort of too much problem. I think what I need to do with Fulgora is get that one down here and this one. Oh, I can't get that down.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Doesn't work. Ah, come on. And the slow cooking potato. Thank you for the 9 months. Oh, that doesn't help because I thought I could build one up there. So that all of this is completely useless. There you go. It has to be this one that goes higher up, which it really doesn't like. Could this be turned on the side somehow? Like, Where the hell is this coming from? What? Oh, right, it's... Oh, my God. Oh, that's so simple. Oh, okay. Okay, so I actually have that on the bus, on this bus, whatever, because it's coming from over here. Right, okay. So that makes it a little bit easier. That means Tesla turret's definitely something I want to have, so... Let me just see. Yeah, still working? Yes. Like this. Okay, so this is working. Then I'm gonna take something like this, except you are gonna be different. That's not working either. There. No, the other way around. And yes. Of course not. And this also has to be part of the... where's the red wire going? The red wire is connecting here and going over there. Okay, but the red wire... Now it's going from here to here? It's not good. Let's see if that works. I think it does. Yeah. And then they should be... They're not connecting down there. Damn. There. Okay. And then that get you... I don't know why I need so many of these, but it seems like I do. No, 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 I don't. I don't. There. There, there. Yes. This one is not capped. I don't need to go from here into that one because it goes straight in here. Perfect. And then it connects over to everything else. Good. I do think though that it's nicer to have this connection then. Because then it's all the way out on this side. That makes more sense. Good. First things first, you need plastic, holmium, and superconductor. Plastic, holmium, superconductor. Conductor. Well, that's not great. Why do we not have plastic on this planet? Then on top of that, we need blue, more superconductors, and supercapacitors. Blue, more superconductor and supercapacitors. Yeah. And then this should be capped at whenever this is greater than 0, right? That's as long as it's greater than 0, it should continue working. Yes, that's the rule we have there. And then we have hub infrastructure. We don't have something called defense. What could we call it? Let's just call it infrastructure. Whatever. Yeah, 100 of those. And I also need, here I need to have that one. Let's see if this one gets into gear. Yes, it does. Good. Revert the lightning rods to EM plants. Oh, right. Yes. This one. Oops. Yes. Because they still need to go up to that one. But hold on. Well, yeah, in the beginning we just need to make them, and later on we need to make them for something else. Yes. Okay. But just as ingredients for here. So. Funny how I didn't do this. Why not? But why is it? It's not spinning. Okay. Are you spinning? Nope. Are you spinning? Nope. Plastic fucking sucks. Why is it? Why does it suck? It just plastic just sucks. But is there anything we? What are we using plastic for here? I wonder what you're using plastic for. Oh, here. This one needs plastic. Ooh, plastic. That sucks. Yeah, I remember that's always running out. And this one should have run for long enough that it has saturated everything. It does. It says saturate everything. So now every single low density structure that gets built gets actually recycled. So we're getting the maximum amount we can expect. Also here. Yeah, everything's happy. So it's fully saturated. This is as much plastic as we can get. And that is because it's going into this one. So I guess on a steady state it'll work fine, but yeah. Plastic. What? You're right here. Why the hell does it say that it doesn't have plastic then? Oh, it doesn't. It was just bitching. Huh. Okay, so there... is it because I need more plastic than everything else? Yeah, need 3 times as much. Okay, so then let's request 3 times as much. That's kind of a good idea. All logistics parts have been used? Yeah, that's actually kind of true. Kind of true, as in very much so. Well, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna go... Boop, and then we're gonna jump over to... Oh, no. Fulgora. Fulgora. And now what? Oh, look at that. That's a lot of holmium. Huh. Let's see. Now there's 1,000. How much is this? Oh, that's an odd number. It's 350, so I need 150 more. 1, 2, 3. That's 1,500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2,000. Now the bigger issue is actually the processing part. Yeah, but that's a known issue, or as I'd say, an expected issue. What do you recommend in terms of mega base scale ships? How many cargo bays per ship? How many ships relevant? I can't answer that because mega base. What does that mean to you? How many? That depends on whatever you need in terms of size. I've made my ships so that they can handle 40 incoming rockets at a time, so 38 cargo bays at each. I can definitely see a point to making them 2 times as big, but I don't bother with that right at this point. So 3 times as big, maybe even. So, yeah. Yeah, not enough double it. Not quite, but just kind of. Yeah. Okay, so is this working? Yes. No. Oh. Oh. Huh? Oh, it's just not really working. Okay, why? Oh, these two are not actually connected at all. Let's just keep finding interesting problems, right? Let's not do that. Let's actually hook it up to... There. There you go. We just doubled the production now. A little bit better. And they are sort of a mix of speed and... Funny how I took level 2 once. Why am I not using level 3? They come from... They are available. Yeah. Okay. This is working. Slowly, but working. And you are slowly getting this. I guess we'll have enough of this if... Yeah, this one's not being demanded. Like, there's nothing really being demanded in terms of this, so I guess we'll have enough. Yeah, this will catch up eventually. Yeah, I think this is gonna be fine. These just, oh, 500. That's why. Oof. Okay, never mind. It's not catching up. But is that a problem? Okay, here's another thing. Why does this say 100 still? There is no other signal. There's no green signal coming in here. Yeah, okay. Oh, I know why. Because it started making everything. Because it was suddenly... Yeah, okay. So it made everything. Because it wasn't actually constrained by what was in the network. It was just constrained by, hey, make the maximum amount without caring how much it is. You can see all the shit that's in here. Like, way too much of everything. Oh, dear. If in doubt, double it. Not exactly true here. So we built a little bit too much of everything. Good, but now it works a lot better. Now the amount that's going out here that's positive is a very limited amount of things that... There. Very limited amount. 5,000 reinforced concrete? That's a weird thing that's so high. Huh. Maybe because we're not making reinforced concrete? Are we not making reinforced concrete? No. Well, I guess that's kind of why then. That's stone bricks. Okay. There. Okay. Yeah, you're just slow. It's not because you're missing anything. It's just that it takes forever to make. But where does the reinforced concrete go? Oh, the reinforced concrete goes, of course, into that one. And this one is at minus 45. Yep. Minus 45. Do I want 100 of these? I guess I do. No, 50. Why does it say minus 45? Oh, because I have 95 of them. Yeah, okay. So this one is stopped working now. So that means also this should be able to stockpile. Right, slowly, we're getting there. Interesting blueprints. Okay, so this one goes out. And then we see when it comes in. Where does it go? Oh, right. These are also a negative number. And these are also a negative number. So once they get enough in here and enough in here. Please stop accepting this. Soon it'll stop accepting this. And once it stops accepting this. They still get poured in here. Yeah. I don't know why. 100, then it shouldn't. Why does it go up to 272? I have no idea how this works. What? How much laser damage to let them replace guns even on solar ships? I don't know about solar ships. It keeps going up. When does it stop? Like what? I would expect that it's 2 times. Oh, automatic insertion limit 400. I did not see that one's. Why is that 400? Huh. I've never seen that before. That tooltip. But okay, automatic 32. Why 32? Gravity greater than 1 square meter per second. 1 meter per square second. 1 square meter per second. That's an odd metric. Okay, never mind. So this one goes up to 400 and stops inserting. Then it needs another 100 in here. And once it has that, then it starts stocking up here. Good. This one has gotten all it wants. Okay, so it's just a couple of 100 more. Maybe this one deserves a few speed module or something, but not really. Not really. This is working. This is working. Okay, so definitely some issues here. We can definitely say that it wasn't quite ready, but that's fine because we're not actually going there now. Glabelicious. We go here, and then we unedit. Square meters per second, useful for farming equipment. Ah, that's true. Kept at 4 times the requirement of what the assembler was making. Apparently it does. And then some kind of rounding thing with the swing of the inserter. Okay, then I also might as well indicate this because we're going to need it, which sucks because getting this lubricant here is atrocious. So we probably need to bring in all of the electric engines as well. Ugh. So mark the electric engines as an import thing, and blue circuits, blue circuit. And probably red, but let's mark the red when we need it. Okay. This change would float away. What else do we have to make on this planet, or are we going to make on this planet? Eventually the overgrowth soil, but that's about it. Stack inserters. Good evening, Summer God. Good to see you. Don't know if you saw the start of the stream. I talked a little about my Tantrum Festival. If you are interested in that. Why is lube atrocious on Glabber? It's just... It uses something that you don't have nearby when you need it. If that doesn't even make sense, but... There, this recipe. So it uses 60 jelly, which is something you don't really have nearby, or in that quantity, just for 20 lubricants. So that's not a good ratio. 60 solids for 20 liquids is a bad ratio. Bring in green soils for stacking soils, yes. Look at the 50% productivity. It's still a bad ratio. 40 solids for 20 liquids is a bad ratio, and therefore I'm not really, yeah. Anyway, this is what we know we need in the hub right now. We can mark things later when we realize it. Electronic circuits we have to make. We probably should make. I don't know if we have to, but I think we do. We're not going to make blue processing. We have this, and this one. Electric engines, since we don't really want to make lubricant, I think, then we're going to skip that. Concrete we make. Boilers, then I actually need to make boilers. I'm not going to import boilers, so, and that's another silly thing here, so that needs that one. This is stone, and this is pipes which we got, and that one goes here. And then heat pipes. Do I want to make that here? I mean, it kind of sucks, but it also kind of 50 per rocket capacity. It kind of needed for this part, right? 5 heat pipes, so maybe. Made as part of the brick for the RF and trickle it. Only major thing you want with it is electric engines anyway. Made part of the brick for RF or iron. Yeah, but the problem is it needs this crap, which I don't have, especially not yet. So getting this one up is not really happening. All right, cool. This goes here. There we go. That's weird. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't need to make any more of this right now. Then what would be the next thing we want? If you look at Glabalicious, then I guess the next thing we want is to make a tower. Oh, landfill. We need to make landfill. But that's just made like this. This is how we make landfill. And we might just make 2 of these. Yes. There we go. I need to make bricks as well. That's a good point. We need to make bricks. Not a lot, but we do need to make them. That's probably going to be changed from this one. I feel this is the opposite setup. It needs to go into a box, and then it goes into it doesn't have to be efficient. Yeah, that's a little bit too silly. How much is this? 6 per second? How much is this? 1.25? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Need to keep some stone for stone and brick furnace. That's also a good point. Yeah. And that's my daughter who texted me from the living room that she's home. I'll have a break in 2 minutes and then that'll be fine. Okay, so this one's just like, put it somewhere, it'll be fine. Okay. We don't have any spore production, so no, none of that. I guess the next thing we want to do is start expanding. I am so tempted to make power poles because we need those in really high quantity. And they're so cheap, and we have all the things we want for it. Why is this not working? Disabled by con... Oh no. Okay. Output full output. Okay, so this wasn't working. Damn. Yeah, of course. These are not correct. And EM plants. Doot, doot. Yeah. That makes it even more reasonable to do this. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is probably the expansion. Now, we don't need to make the hub, but I'm just kind of... Let's just make these buildings for what they look like, so we get a sense of whether we can squeeze the whole thing into one location or not. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Got carried away. Guessing not. Oh, right. Okay, so we got that one automatically because we accidentally picked up something. Yeah, in here. One of these. So, now the question becomes, done an experimentation for what's good for mass quality once they... No, I have not. I don't actually want to deal with that just now. So here's the thing. This is actually a really unfortunate location in terms of what we can do. Yeah, what I mean is if I look at the mega base build. Oh, where's the mega base build? There, 1 million. Then these... This build should be working, right? And switch it. That work here and here. But if I'm stamping it down and stamping it down, then we'll also see how awful it actually gets when we don't have any of it, because I'm wasting so many tiles. Let's just see how many tiles we actually waste. We don't have any reinforced concrete. We don't have enough. Oh, right. Yeah, they're kind of legendarized, which they shouldn't be. What is the legendary stuff? Legendary stack inserters. That's not happening. Legendary. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. What are we missing now? We still have... Oh, legend... Where are those damn legendaries? Here? Shouldn't these legendaries... Bulk inserter. Where's the legendary bulk inserter asked for? I don't know. Apparently some legendary bulk inserters that didn't get downgraded. They should have been. I don't know. Oh, there's no legend. Oh, wow. There. Okay, what do we now have? Legendary power poles. Do we need that? I think we actually need that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't connect. No! 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 No, the horror! Fuck. Hey, just started Factorio, and by watching your videos, I've learned a lot about circuits. Thanks. Oh, however, I hate copying, and even if I apply the same logic in different contexts, I haven't figured it out myself. Are there any books, like some advice that what to study, so I can find them on my own? What? Find what on my own? You hate copying, so you don't want to copy the stuff that I built, but you want to learn how to do it yourself. Yeah, well, there's 8,500 or 8,800 hours of difference between your effort and me. So there's unfortunately no easy way to just get there. The middle walkway, that's a nice idea. Also, yeah, even no matter what, the tutorials on YouTube, yeah, there's a whole masterclass of tutorials. There's a Let's Start Automating series, which is still pretty much relevant. There's a based in a book, which is also very relevant. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. See, this one would work, I guess, like here, but then I couldn't get it connected. So the curtain and PP. No, even if I make it like here, there's no way I can make it. It has to be like one further out, and then it goes into another tile. So nope. It has to be uncommon, then it might work. Yeah, uncommon might work. Okay, we're gonna take a break, and then I'll come back and we can maybe figure it out. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. There we go. Welcome back. Okay. Is there any way we can do this? What about... Well, a substation here would require a substation out here. This point. Without overgrowth soil, it wastes too much land. You can say I am lazy and don't care for your own playthrough, but I don't think it's good enough for masterclass. I think you need to give up to the block boundaries for farming for early clear. Yeah, this is also kind of like, this is the premise that I was saying earlier was, look at how wasteful it is, because that's the part. I wanted to see how wasteful it is by building it and then seeing how little I would get out of it for this setup. And then after that be like, okay, is it worth it? How much? Because then if we could say this, what would be the maximum we could get? And then what would be the easiest thing to get for this design? And then come to the conclusion that, yeah, it's not really worth it. I never really used overgrowth soil because you don't really need a lot. Where the hell is the overgrowth soil? There, artificial soil, yes. So this is the artificial soil. Which is weird, right? Because I never built this, but it's actually super cheap. It's not, there's no reason not to build it. Rare substations. I don't have rare substations. And by the way, your videos on Factorio are really cool. Thank you. Welcome. Switch with the caster and then a power bolt straight east-west. Won't that reach without wasting a square? I don't care about an extra power bolt, but make this tile and then, yeah, actually, what? It's straight east. Yeah, okay. Might actually. Yeah, okay. That's odd. Surprising. That will work. Nice. Huh. That was not so complicated. Okay, legendary power poles are still up here, down here. So that's one thing, yes. So once I have this, I want to, yeah, this is super wasteful. It's probably as bad as it gets. All that jelly nut thingy. I'm kind of feeling that this should go somewhere else. We should do something with it. Okay, thinking. Here. Need that. And then we obviously need this. This. Yeah. Then we should get all of it, except for the reinforced concrete, which bothers me. What are we gonna do about the reinforced concrete? Maybe just not do it. Maybe just do it with normal concrete instead. Oops. What the hell? Weird. Good. Hey, look at this. Something is happening. You are... Oh, right. So we're not getting... I wonder if I should, here in the beginning, have something to process all of this. This can also be done in a normal one, yeah. But in a normal one, we are not gonna get much, right? So this one still works. And then we kind of have to do this, have to productivity module it, which means we have to beaconize it, which means we have to get beacons in as well. And then that's the other one, which I haven't researched yet. And the spoilage goes out. Good. So when this one actually gets some... Come on, 2%. There we go. And that should be picked up immediately. The question is, do I... I kind of need this to always run. For now, at least. Clever's the best. Quality farming towers and quality... Absolutely. That's a huge missed opportunity in some regard. I don't understand what's going on with that. Because it's the most logical thing. And yeah. Anyway, doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. So I kind of have to do this, which means I have to build it over here, which means I have to... Way too many power pools, but whatever. So this keeps going, and there you go. One substation. I don't have substations. I should have, yes, but I don't, and I am getting them now. No, I do have substations. Okay, so let's get a substation. As this other thing was getting a little bit absurd. Boop. Yeah, I think I think I like this. It sucks, but let's have a look at this part here. So how many tiles? If I did this, how many tiles do I have and how many tiles do I lose? 5, 7. Here's 7 plus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14? So it's 13 plus 14. 27 plus 8, 50, 35. So this one, this city block is 35. This city block here. Okay, let me do this because that's how I kind of remember it. So it is 35 tiles. The other one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26. Good. And nothing would be feasible out here. Nothing. Okay. Without the soil. Larger farming areas would be excellent for a better substation. That would make the most sense of all things. The yellow ones, yeah. With the cheap soil, yes. This is also what I'm looking at. Like, if I just get the cheap soil, which isn't really a big deal, then I get a tremendous improvement. Also, all of this. And this would be fine. The next ones would not, but yeah. Quality seeds make quality fruits? Yeah, that would be a little bit too good, I think, but it would be nice. Right. So let's think about this from the perspective so we have 26 plus 35, yeah? And each of those is producing, how much is it? It's 50. 61 times, they produce 50 per 5 minutes. That divides by 5 divided by 60. 10 per second? No way. That sounds like too much. No, it's correct. 10 points. Yeah, okay. So 10 per second? It's not much, but it's something. This is not something... There's always two sides, like the jelly and that. I think that they're more like huge biomes, and then they're so big that there's probably something that your spawn location will have two nearby. So cheap soil. Let's look at it, because if cheap soil is easy, the problem with the cheap soil, it's not a trivial issue, is that Yumako seeds are actually running out, or seeds are actually running out until you get biochambers. Because it is one Yumako gives 2% chance of a seed. That means you need 50 Yumako for one seed, and one seed gives 50 Yumako. So without productivity, then you only get all of it, right? And productivity, my productivity is the only net positive I get. And the productivity, this is why it's so important to have productivity on this one. It's only 24%. That means, like, for each one we recycle, we only get 24. Oh no. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. I forgot that. Welcome, Glekareba. There's such a thing as spoilage. Spoilage. I've never heard of it. What is that? Not you, but spoilage. But it's also really important to take all... These are not allowed to spoil, but this one, fuck it if it spoils. Right? But if this spoils, then I lose some seeds, which is important in the beginning. So that's something we should keep in mind. Don't lose seeds. Even the sand, you get a full box of spoils, of course. Well, can you put back? Nope, you can't. Okay, so yeah. And these ones are now starting to produce, and that means over time we actually lose something by doing this, by not processing what comes out. Why not? Oh. Trash stuff, that one. So don't want to carry that in inventory, just get rid of it immediately. And actually, let's also get rid of this stuff we just don't want in inventory. Good. And then it feels a little stupid that everything that's Clever specific are down here. You. There. There you go. Now it's kind of grouped in a way. Biochamber rushes probably isn't a bad idea. Oh, power. We're out. We're fucked on power. Oops. Why? Is it because we're this stupid one, right? It's this one. Probably is. They just couldn't keep up the temperature here. It was used too fast. I think we need a better power plant than this. I'd really like to have something that's twice as big in the space I have available. So, biochamber rush is not a bad idea. Okay, yeah, I see that. Also, this is overscaled significantly. You didn't ever use an assembly machine for fruit processing in the last run, only for spoilage to nutrient to power initial biochambers. I'm burning rocket fuel right now, but it should be burning other stuff as well. It's just the longhand inserters are probably not fast enough to keep up with this. Right now it's, well, it is fast now. This is, I wonder what we're burning right now. Ah, that one. Spoilage just isn't fast enough. So I think spoilage should be basically it. Basically, it sucks that I have to do this now, because I was just happy that I didn't need to do extra inserters that all the way in here, but now I kind of do anyway. Because this one would just be spoilage, 2000, always insert. Like that would be another option of saying something like this. Just, hey, always get spoilage. And then this one would be like, don't get spoilage in. Because the spoilage is so bad that just shovel it in. Go. Then the question becomes, what are we putting into this? Ah, there we go. It's more spoilage. Then see how fast it flickers now. I can't keep up with one inserter. It is crazy fast that it gets consumed. But that's good, because this is just basically getting rid of it. And then they are just starving because... Will they keep the power with just the speed by which they're coming in until we burn all the spoilage? I guess. Power is not a great idea here, or not working very well. This one is using 1.4 megawatt, which is something. But what about this one? Now it'd be 2.06 megawatt. That's not really that big of a deal. Not that big of a difference. Yeah, okay. But I kind of want this to run. Okay, I like this, I think. And this is just getting rid of whatever comes in, and I guess gradually we'll be converting it down here. Yeah, I think we're processing it faster than we're gathering it. Extra turbines because it's better power storage than accumulators? No.
champion returns.
Steam
Welcome
storage is a
home.
mistake. Only maybe on... Oh, Mr. Tuck, thank you for the 42 months. Maybe on spaceships and such. Can you argue for it? But not really. There you go. Let's see how bad this one is. Your macro seed research. There we go. We got the first seed. Then we want to research this one. Craft 500 nutrients. How do we craft nutrients, you say? There you go. Spoilers nutrients. I can do that. Right? But then I don't want this. Go. Right, so that one will get done. I don't care. And biochamber is in progress now. Craft 10 nutrients. What? Oh, what? Okay, so right. So it was craft 10 for the biochamber and then craft 50 for this one. This one is... It doesn't keep track of the progress bar, or what? 3%? Yeah, okay, it does keep somewhat track of it. Okay. Now we're going to do this one. And then I'm going to rotate it here. Flip. Interesting to see how that works. How much are all those extra robots? Nothing much once they're done. Robots don't really use anything unless they're charging. Like the basic minimum consumption is 50 kilowatts, so it's the charging that's costing something. So when we start clearing out the space over there, oh yes, it's going to be a problem. Like this, and it's a weird concept, this idea here. Hey, Abnormal, thank you for the 50 something. Oh no! This is changed to that one. This is changed to that one. This is changed to that one. How do I mirror it? Yes, and mirror it the other way. No. Paste. Oh. What?
Our illustrious champion returns.
This didn't work.
Welcome home.
Oh, right here. This is where I made it. Oh, and Father's Logic. Thank you for the 18 months. This. Flip vertically. Yeah, okay. So that's now... This one's done. Here. 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 And I think I'll just do this one to have them harvest a little bit faster. And now I have lots of stuff in logistics storage coming in. Good. On the way, a lot. Perfect. And power? Not great. So what are we missing here? Some landfill, don't care. And, oh, right, this one. No entities, only tiles, but not these tiles. Entities, yes, but not. There. I think this is the correct location. So let's not double check, but just spam. How big of a pain in the ass is it to solve a Quillo? It's a super fun design challenge. So, not no pains in the ass, unless you like pain in the ass. In that case, moderate, I'd say. Not judging, just don't know what level of ass pain is preferable to you. There we go. Crap. What are we missing now? Not, oh, 1.2. We keep, like, this one's just been chugging along, and it's still not getting anywhere. Why is it so slow? Okay. Yeah. Should I just rip off an existing solar first Aquilo ship, or are there decent design criteria listed somewhere? There's no listed somewhere. There's not like people write books about it. There's some guy who makes an awful lot of YouTube videos, and those are probably a good source. Like, the design criteria is to make it safely back and forth, and you really want a nuclear powered ship to get to Aquilo first. Like, that's basically how it's designed to go. Is that you want to make a nuclear powered ship, which is a whole set of new challenges to get a nuclear powered ship, and then you want rockets to shoot down. So it gets more complicated with those ships, but it's not insurmountable. Maybe it's not that necessary. No, it's not that necessary. It's definitely not necessary right now. But, it's nice. All right, let's have a look and update this one. So this is nothing, and 8. Cool. Nope. 2. Nope. A nope. Amazing. Next. 2. No. Plus 5. 7. Oh, plus a lot. Ooh. Okay, what is this? That's 18, 19, 20, 21. Plus 12. That's 33, 34. Okay. 34 here. Plus 5. That's 39. 41. Four, 7. 0, 0, 0. So this is just 7. What's this? This was 8. Plus 2. Plus 7. That's 17. And then plus the 41. 17. 57. Right? The nuclear powered ship, what for? I haven't been there. Because there's no, if you look at the space map here, Aquilo, solar power in atmosphere is 1%. That is not much. And solar power in space is 60%. So not great. Clever is even a bit weak. 50% in atmosphere and 200% in orbit. So, I mean, nice that there's a little bit in orbit. So, okay. Oh, we don't have the look. Oh, look at us. We're moving on belts. Oh, that's so quaint. Right, so this is now, what did I say was 58 times 0.016, so that's 9.6 outbound for this. That is not much, but I think, honestly, and Samagot, I appreciate your feedback, and I was almost agreeing, but once I saw this, I'm actually like, nah, fuck it, this is perfectly fine. Like, we can get a lot more by upgrading, like, not in this location, but over here, if we get the soil going, which we are working our way towards, yeah. And we can always get that. It's because I don't actually think we need a lot. In the beginning. So let's sort of count on saying at this point we have 10 per second of each of the of these, right? And this is like a temporary thing that just converts it from jelly nuts into soils at a 26% improved rate. We still have how much? 2,000 in logistic storage. It was 2,600 before, so it's decreasing, which is nice. It is you. You have 1,300 in storage. Good. I wonder if the wrigglers should have been written so different terrain tends to produce different types of wrigglers, i.e. yellow terrain, which is more the stompers. Maybe. Spolage fist. Have the insert to spoil first? No, they have not. They should. Small details. Yeah, so this one I want to have on this planet in the beginning, which is sucks, but whatever. What about the spores now? Yeah, spores are coming in. This one doesn't do anything, but we'll still keep it. There you go. Nice. There. Happy? I think. And we're just missing even more of this. Yep, time for us to test the Tesla turret. Test the Tesla turrets, yes. This is why this is a little... We'll get this one. Good, so let's find some Tesla turrets. We have 10 of those. And the artificial soil is almost there. I think actually we want to... Well, I want to emphasize the use of artificial soil. Because I didn't need it in the beginning, but now I choose to do something that's less efficient, but way more structured. And consistency and structure beats efficiency any day. And you know what? That's not even what I want. Yeah, I can't get that unless... You know what? This is a design world, so who cares if I'm also just doing this. Four more function, not so bad. Yes. Four more function. I mean, it's... Yeah. It also means that if I skip this, I could, for example, just say, oh, within this 4 city block square, that I'm gonna screw the city blocks and do something else. But then I end up with the problem of, oh, what about Roboports, for example. Yeah, shit. Okay, well, that right, and all that stuff, right? Build a biochamber. We have biochamber unlocked. What do we need to do to make a biochamber? We need to burn some spoilage for some carbon in a biochamber. Boo. Yeah, okay. We need pentapod eggs and nutrients and yeah, this one, biochamber. So that should reduce the amount of soil we need quite drastically, rapidly. Yeah, these are hovering, waiting. It still requires 1.2, 1,200. 1.3 now. 1.2? 1.1? Yeah. The non-legendary mech suit is? Yes. Well, the legendary mech suit, I'm also just kind of finding it to be really slow in my mega base again, but that's because we have lost all our updates, so it's just slow. Alright, we're down less than 1,000 now. Now, less than 1,000 he said. Yes, that's 1,000. Shouldn't take much more time to get this in here. We need these, let me see. Ah, right, okay. No, the whole area is covered. Okay, so that's good. Where's the... There they are. Good. So I'm waiting for them to get down here to get the... Where is it? Like this. So, a little bit still left up there. Funny how it's still... Oh, right. It's because... Why is it always 100 concrete? That's because every time you put down one soil, then the soil... Or one landfill, then the landfill realizes that now it needs one concrete. And that's just sort of the time it takes to... How many are filling in. Good. But 500. Still the majority up there. Nothing down here. As soon as we get this one. But alas. 400. Come on. And it is kind of just random which ones go. Now 400 total. I could have just got to editor mode, but now it's a little bit a matter of principle. Oh, we got something. Ah, there we go. Now that gets powered. Almost. Still a little bit up here. Bzzzt. It's pretty overpowered. Now we got 4 of these pentapod eggs. And then we need to make some nutrients and some landfill. Oh, it actually will craft. Come on, nutrients, you can do it. Yes, we got a few. Yeah, there's another guy. Oh, medium, okay. What are we missing? Oh, electronic circuits. Okay. Why? Because I don't have this and this. Bioflux. What happened? Oh, craft the biochamber. Okay, yes. So that's as many biochambers as we can make based on this. So let's make the stuff we want in biochambers as another row of things. So I want the first one we want to make is more biochambers. Oh wow, that takes forever to make. This one. Recycling pentapod eggs is a thing. But honestly, this is probably the most important thing right now. These, getting these replaced, but can't really do that. Use 35 legendary expansions for carpet bombing biters and pentapods with legendary explosives. Okay, I'd use none. Yeah, let me see if we can get that medium fella in here. 5 things. Alright, biochamber. Come on. The fire speed, the firing speed is the problem, I think. Generally. It just spawns another one. Oh, that's a lot of... Ah, run away! Run away! I mean, they're gonna be fine. These are gonna be fine because they're also really durable. There is no one way of doing something. There'll be a million designs to do the same thing. Yes. And it's a matter of finding out what are the design parameters that you apply in order for you to define something as best. Right? This is what sort of why is one design crisp in my mind and another design is not crisp? Like, what is it that makes one design crisp and another one not crisp? And sometimes they just... It's usually for me when things fit well together. They just sort of... It feels like it was meant to be like this. Oh, there they are. Zzz. Don't fire on the last one. There's a lot more jumping than I thought. Like, doesn't this only have like 10% chance of jumping? Fork chance per jump. Oh, fork chance. Oh, so it does... Max jumps 10. Oh, right. I thought it was like a chance of jumping, but it's actually a 100% chance of jumping. Okay. And then there's a chance that it forks as it jumps. Interesting. How's the power looking? Fine. Might want to do something up there. You know, I think that this might actually be like the very rudimentary defense in the beginning. Because we don't need that many of these Tesla turrets. But if we just make a Tesla turret on the outside of every block here. Could also just do something like this. Because if I did this, it overlaps, so it's safe. At least something, nothing can get by without being shot at. Huh. I could also make another design which is more durable. That would be something like this. That's actually a really, that feels like a safe design because there's a pretty close to even distance here. That doesn't mean that I'm going to put it everywhere, but basically where I say, this is my border. So then I do this design on the border. Okay, yep, that's my border right now. I like that. I like it a lot. Don't they use a lot of power? Sure, they do use a lot of power. But I think that's worth it. Once we get rocket fuel, it's definitely worth it. And before we get rocket fuel, there isn't really a lot. They use... that's why we bring rocket fuel. Yes, until we actually start making rocket fuel. Because rocket fuel is super easy to make on this planet. But I'm just kind of looking at ideas. And I want to make ideas that are simple, robust, scalable, have longevity. That's also another thing that's important. Considering endgame to make sense using... yeah, but I don't think that means a lot right now. Importing nuclear power is pretty easy. Is it? I always thought that nuclear power was annoying to transport. 10 per rocket capacity. Or 20 of these. Plus, yeah, okay, so it's better to transport this one. Nearly drop-in replacement block design versus nearly drop-in replacement. I don't know what that means. Or 4x4 setup. Huh? 2x2. Yeah, I don't think that I don't want nuclear power. I want to use the stuff that's available here. Also because when we get unlock rocket fuel, then it is very easy to make. And one of the things that we want to make on this planet. So this one, right? Like rocket fuel is excruciatingly easy. Bioflux plus jelly. Oh yes. So once we have bioflux, yummy, yummy. But I do think that there's a value in, there's a big value in making a perimeter that's this simple. This is exactly what I had issues with previously. And the second one is that when you expand, it's really annoying to expand. Like that's the best way in this. It's just annoying, because you have to move your belts, and belts have to be producing rockets and ammo, and it was just like all of it just kind of paled in comparison to using Tesla turrets, right? I ended up using artillery and Tesla turrets, and that's it. And Tesla turrets, just solid wall Tesla turrets, which obviously is not something you want or need at this point, but gradually scale it up. And I think that this pattern is probably going to be good enough for endgame with legend when they upgrade to legendary. So I think so. Rocket fuel exclusively is if something goes wrong with fuel processing, your entire factory becomes vulnerable. That's absolutely fruit processing. Yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right. I don't know what to do about it. That's kind of always the case. So maybe do something like having requesters nearby full of like making a backup storage of rocket fuel that's sort of sitting in like here in the requester, so that if this one is done, and then you have a burner inserter ready, and then you can just feed it in or something like that, right? Buffer adjustment alarm setup, something like that. I don't know what, but with something like it, right? Yeah. What about our logistic storage? We have 1.2 of that and none of the other ones. Good. So we're just kind of converting everything we have gradually, slowly. We could, and oh, right. Shouldn't that one come in? Boop. Ah, yes. Nutrients. Now comes the painful. Kind of have this one. Hello, junk. You just go another round. Can this be processed? Yeah, sure. But then it gets slower. But beacon, beacon. Hello, beacon. I don't know how this is gonna pan out, but somehow. There you go. Now this is faster. Only consuming 13 per second. Not fast, but faster. There you go. Yeah. There. And we don't have that one. Oh, there was an extra one. Okay, never mind. Okay, Nutrient to spoils in biochamber. Is that a thing? Yes. What? No way. Okay. Trash unrequested. There's nothing gonna be unrequested here. When this nutrient turns into spoilage, we're fine. I don't want this. I can like get. How much? 5. Okay, so I don't need more than 10. Okay. Let's go up here and find some more biters out here. We'll obviously need to do this in a slightly different way, but this is going to be a way. Don't forget the spoilers and biochambers. Ugh. Yeah, but that will be output here. Everything will be output. And that one, oh right, no. This is also spoilers, yes. Like that, I think. Nutrients into the nutrient creator. Yes, I did. You can argue that that's silly, but yeah. I want to get a few more biochambers, and this is how we get them. Oh, look at that thing. I wonder if we can deal with this. See, these are annoying that you can't do anything about them while they're in the air. Alright, that's, by the way, I forgot this. Where was it? Like this? Oh, that sucks. Ah, we're dying! There's nothing I can do about the ones that are flying. Hmm. Oops. Little, robots, please get me some more of these fellas here. Yeah, anytime. Now. There you go. Yeah. This is wonderful, isn't it? Where are we getting hurt? Everywhere. This one's fine. Problem is I can't place it here, which is exactly where I wanted to place it. 'Cause now you can't go anywhere. Urgh. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Hmm. That actually bothers me because I was happy about that idea. Oh, you're still something up here. Hmm. This is okay, maybe. Yes. Perfect. So there is an option. Oh, no. There's an option. Good. Why is this one off compared to the other? Oh, right, because this is odd numbers. Okay. Hmm. That should make it safe. Why not place in one of two blocks for that? Yeah, of course. That much better idea. Because you really don't want them to be roaming in here. So, yeah. Let's do that. Which is obviously a good idea. Okay, well they also get killed pretty easily, so there's that. I still actually like this tile better. Let's have a look out here and see how this works. I don't like that though. Well, I gotta have to keep it because something went wrong. Is it this one? There. Let's see if this tiny amount here is enough to get them. Yep. They do take damage, for sure. But they also overlap, so they actually defend each other from close combat attacks. Oh, that's a big stomper. Let's see how that pans out. Kill, please attack the stomper. Not great. Is it stunned or what? No. Okay. And I go over and kill these in the meantime. Whoops. Restart level. Yeah, big stompers are always a problem. So probably need some rockets for the big stompers. Like, they don't really die, those stompers. And that's actually a medium stomper, so that's even suckier. Ah, I'm stuck. Let's have a look at how this is. It's fine, it's fine, everything is fine, except, you know, didn't quite kill anything over there. Take fruit to heal. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me maybe get that. Does that work? Ah, stupid cliffs. Everything is so slow. Oh, I forgot to take a break. Let me take that break. Cops. Stuck on a tree. Okay. Kill it. Oh, right. I got one. And run away then. Ah! I don't know why I'm doing this. Bastards. Oh, that's not good. I could heal, but I feel that would be cheating. Oh no, I didn't get it. No! Where are those damn fruits at? Oh, there's also like... They don't heal, they just make me go faster. Right, isn't that... Yeah, this one gives me like a temporary speed boost. Yeah, consumed speed boost. Right, never mind. We got a few of these. This is what we wanted. Okay, so this is kind of doable, but not great. And if power goes out, we're fucked. Yeah. Nutrients, electronic circuits. Why do we not have that? We could craft it, could we? We could craft 24 of that. So why do we not? Oh, because I don't have nutrients. Yep. All right. Anyway, so Tesla by themselves won't work well for defense. What to include with Tesla? Rockets, I guess. Well, that's kind of the only thing that makes sense. Are you getting some nutrients now? Yeah, we have nutrients. Why can I not build? Oh, because I also need iron plates. All right, I also need iron plates. Why no artillery? Because I don't have artillery yet, and because I just landed here. So why not legendary? Because we're not at that point in the game yet. And yeah, we could get artillery, but yeah, it's also not really there. Anyway, break time. I can't continue past 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna have to owe you that extra hour for tomorrow. So we'll go to 1, and then I'm gonna be owing you 1 for tomorrow because I am absolutely wasted. Be back in 2 minutes. We'll continue for the next 45 minutes. Welcome back. So I think we're making progress. It's not like amazing progress, but what basically have seen is that yeah, we want to have this very basic grid. I want that. And we've figured out what we want to craft here in it. And we just need to figure out like how big do we want the starter base to be like? Because yeah, if we think about Fulgora, then this is 1.8 per second. Think about Volcanus. 0.8. Ugh, that's disgusting. But we're then also replacing it down here with something better. Where is it? All right. I haven't. It's in not in this save file. It's in another save file. But that's the next city block builds, where we just make them out to be modular like this. I'm making way too many rocket silos for this build. It's absolutely insane how many rocket silos I have. Like half as many is still too many. Half as many is still too many. But whatever. We have a city block, so let's use it. I should probably just make do with 4 of them, because yeah. For the beginning, we should just have 4, because that launches 4,000, 4,000, and that's 8,000, which is a pretty good number of coming here, picking up 8,000, going back. Coming here, picking up 8,000, going back. That's very comfortable numbers. So if we just have 4,000, that would probably be fine. Why would you ever ship artillery shells? You wouldn't ship artillery shells. Only 10 per stack. This can be made pretty easily on Glabber. This can be made easily on Glabber. This one transports 250 per rocket. And calcite is also pretty good. Plane to make locally, I don't see that. You're gonna need explosives for something else anyway. If you're gonna need rockets, then you need explosives on Gleba anyway. And if you have that, then yeah, okay, take a little bit of it and use it for artillery shells. I don't think your current Freydach designed to support. Oh no, absolutely not. It's not. Right. Calza in purple steel. Purple steel is a fun word. Yeah, so we kind of at this point also should take a look at what is the benchmark we want to make in terms of the science. So let's see. We need to make a biojumper. Okay, so this one is item bioflux. Okay, and this one is also 25 bioflux. Blah, 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 blah. So let's make some fluxilarinos. This one. Bioflux. Such a wonderful little material here. And this is... I'll make that here. I'm not really... Okay, let me explain something. I am not very much in a particularly productive, I guess, mode with regards to the design for a masterclass. But that's because I need to rebuild everything. I need to replay it so I can get a sense of what is it actually that I need. And then afterward, I'll be like, oh, right, okay, now I get what it is I need. Because this would not be a robot build, for example. Agricultural science packs are ready in 3, 2, 1. A little bit. You need to manage spoiled nutrient with bots and use belts for everything else. I think nutrients, yes. Spoilage, it can be really high quantity, and actually getting that on belts is really advantageous, in my opinion. It's not, I'm not going to argue that it's the best way. I find it just convenient for larger scale builds. I have never built a tree seedling, and I've never built a fish breeding. Like, I wish there was a point to it. I just don't get it. Tree is just purely aesthetic. More aesthetic builds for going to splurge belt. Sure. I kind of feel the other opposite, that it gets more aesthetic by minimizing the amount of robots used. Which is not what I'm doing now, but yeah. Tree seeding is great for pollution control. Yeah, but is pollution control a thing? Legendary Spidertron. Okay. Cause I don't have, in my mega base, I have no issues with pollution at all, because I'm not producing anything on Novice, so there's no way that the pollution cloud ever extends to the range of my very upgraded artillery cannons. 100 biolab setups need pollution control. 1,000 biolab setups, yes, sure, but who in their right mind would have 1,000 biolabs on no, no. What? Biochambers are minus pollution. I don't know why what you're saying. Minus biolab setup needs pollution control. What? Oh, biolabs. Ah, right. Okay. Biolabs. Yes. We don't have those. I don't know. I have not seen anything, and I have. What do I have? 500 fully beaconed legendary biolabs, and I don't notice anything. Convert biter eggs into safely transfer long-term spoilers nutrients. What? Is used to convert biter eggs. Fish breeding is useful to convert biter eggs to safely transport long-term spoiled nutrients. Okay, that I need again. How does that do anything? What am I missing? Oh, right. No, fish spoil as well. Right? Fish spoil? Do fish spoil? Yes, they do. Yeah. I don't know what do you... What? Convert biter eggs to safely transport. How does that have to do anything with biter eggs? What am I missing? Imagine you want to use nutrients. I don't. You want to ship fish because it's safer. Okay, but what does that have anything to do with biter eggs? You convert the biter eggs to nutrients and then convert the nutrients to fish. So how do you get it back to biter eggs? Because I don't know why you would want to get... Like, it seems like you're solving a problem that doesn't exist. Like, what is it you need nutrients for on Volcanus or Novice? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. This is like, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Biochambers for cracking. Why? It's for safer nutrients. Okay, so safer nutrients. Who gives a shit about nutrients? Like, that is completely irrelevant. Like, with the productivity gains for everything, like, it's... Yeah. I don't get it. One more module slot and 50% productivity on your cracking. Yes, but how much cracking are we doing? What are we using cracking for? The only thing we're using cracking for anywhere is plastic. And plastic is so absolutely ridiculous that... Whatever. See, I understand that if you really want to say, I want the maximum productivity, but your cost is, now you're doing fish breeding, now you're shipping fish, now you're converting fish to nutrients, now you're managing nutrients, now you're managing spoilage, all of that for what? Like, yeah, that's the, okay. So that's the application, but it wasn't worth the extra infrastructure for supporting that. Exactly. So, okay, so yes, it is solving a problem, but it's solving a problem that doesn't need solving. Yeah, plastic is broken, both because you can make it so easily on Weber, but also because it's just way better to make on Volcanus. I wish I could just show it, but that would be like loading another save game, so it's not gonna do that. Maybe if there was both a Navis native way of making bioflux and more useful to make stuff. Yes, but then now bioflux is the core ingredient of Gleba, so that would not really be a good idea. Funny how that's not... Oh, right, it's not outputting because it can't output here. Yeah, okay. Fluxerinos for 200. Whatever. There, just keep going. Eject, do stuff. Huh. Funny how that doesn't work. And then... I need more biochambers. Oh no! I need to make biochambers. Yes. Come on, it's boiling. There. If the logistics network runs out of nutrients, you need a Kickstarter for your spoilage to nutrients via an assembler. You're absolutely right. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think it's worth to get this. I think this one is a contingency that needs to be there for safety and not for efficiency. Let's say this is working really fast comparatively. So Pentapod eggs. Kind of thinking these are way too complicated. These builds, these are nice little cute builds, but this is not a good build where it doesn't incorporate. This one's better. It's basically going to be this build we want. Except not at all. But aside from not at all, then sure. Oh, hello. I'm just gonna run around until that one gets placed. Fire! Yes. Shoot, damn you. Next spawn really soon. Okay, build quicker. Nutrients. No, I lost the pentapod eggs, damn it. Okay, well that was the thing. Funny how these ones are done. They once they start building, they don't lose it. Would you rent any mods for someone that started? Not really. The only two mods that I play with are for calculations and visualizing calculations for streaming. So I use a calculator and then I use another rate calculator, and those are not necessary. So I would say play it without mods. Then you can also get Steam achievements, which I think is more valuable. Boop. There. Oh, great. Oh. Not really understanding how I get power poles for this. Nope, not like that either. Oh, these are also not mirrored. They should be, I feel. What an absolute mess this is. Why am I even doing it like this? Because it works. feel I can build this better from scratch than trying to recycle this because I don't really understand what's going on. Well, yeah, okay. Design mode. We go to editor. This nutrient thing is annoying. There we go, so we can actually see the recipes. Alright, so let's look at this. There's obviously a deficit here, so it's not going to produce 1.8. It's going to produce 1.827 divided by 1.33. This is how much it wants to use, multiplied by 0.767. Okay, so 1.05. That means I definitely need 2 of these builds to sort of be happy, right? There. There you go. So now that's E. No, that's the opposite of easy. There. Good. And I don't need to design one. Then you're going out on a belt. That goes up. Okay. Then these are the annoying ones. So you start by going out into a box, which goes into another box, which goes in here. And if there's any excess, then it goes into... No. Crap. Then it goes into this one. Yes. Now, boxes, where are you? And this has to be... I don't know what's best, to actually have it flow this way, or have the sort of this be in the middle and then it flows both outside ways. Which one should be the one that is always full? Circulation? I've designed this before, but I'm gonna redesign it now because I want to kind of feel it. Okay, so this one always wants 1. So this is just going to be a belt. This will always output everything because I always want it to go in here. Yes. How much do I want in this one? 1 stack. If there's more than 1 stack, it'll backfill, which it will at some point. This one just going to be carrying this and going in. You will take spoiled first. You will also override to 4. Why 4? Because that's the capacity of this one. It isn't, but it will be. So it actually has to be 3. And this one will grab everything and put it in here as if it can. So now it goes in box. You are not allowed to pick up from the box, this box, unless there is more than enable when the box contains more than or equal to 10. There can be 20 in here. This one will just always put in. This one will always put out. This one will always grab. The only difference is that this... Yeah, let's try it. Let's get the other things up and running and then get some water in here. Ugh. We're going to use this little module here as template. You... Bioflux. No bioflux. Bioflux. I'm going to do this. This one just gets bioflux so that we can figure it out. And then they need... This one also needs to be able to feed itself. And then all the spoilage. God damn it. Ah, I hate spoilage. Yeah. A different number of subcenter parts in the middle would work fine, wouldn't... This gets bioflux. This one. Maybe. Maybe I don't. Just feels so stupid to do this. Right, this is fine, but then it just sits here and gets stuck. But Yunnan also needs to be capped here because I don't want to output. 10. What does that mean? Less than 20 maybe? Oh, fuckity fuck. This one says trash unrequested. That's not what I want. There. And then you stop outputting, yes. But I need an output for all the junk. Ah, this one should not be that. That should only be the pentapart, you idiot. Trash everything that isn't that. Okay, so that's another thing. And this one. Whew. Because this one is a temporary thing, it'll be replaced by a belt. So that's fine. Water's fine. This one has everything. I need somewhere for this to get out. Oh, how I just hate this doing this. This one should then be only science. Ugh. Where's it coming from? What? Oh, right. That's okay. That's not correct. There you go. And obviously these should be getting them out somewhere more meaningful. This is only Bioflux. And this one should only be Bioflux. This one should only be spoilage, and you have now no way of putting spoilage out. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna do this for now. There we go. That's junk. We'll sort it out later on. This is to test that one. This mechanic here. So let's go out and find some Bitarinos. Oh, yeah, okay. That's great. Do we need anything else? Maybe a better weapon? Spidertron. 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 Where's the non-Spidertron version? There you go. Rocket. There we go. And some. Oops. It's now C to change weapon. Oh yeah, storage spells. Yep. The storage space is not good. Correct. So, I can't really get this part, right? These don't have... Do they have... They don't have pentapodics. Okay. Oh, run away. Ow. Ow! Bastards. I'm kind of hurt. The fact that these launch and then there's nothing to do about it. I hate that. Almost nothing. I guess you can outpace them a little bit if you are turning fast enough. They don't have a good turn radius, so you can kind of cheat them, but you can't consistently. Yeah, see, way too much hassle, but not really getting us there anywhere. Still not getting any biter eggs. Can I get some of these? Are these the ones that heal? Click to consume. Heal. Yeah, okay. So there's a little bit of healing from these. But I don't have any, so that's wonderful. Anyway, we healed pretty quick. 2 more legs. Did we have 2 more legs? Doesn't really seem to get a lot better with this. You can kind of sneak outside or make them land. And then they just respawn back here. Oh, I do. Yummy, get some. Nice. Getting a little bit better at dodging him. Good. So, mop it up. Get all the bite eggs. And see if we can get this. Get it started with the bite eggs. Playing on hard mode, no bad damage upgrades. Pretty much. I'm just going in with very rudimentary updates so that we get to actually see what's going on at the point where we would be here. Okay. Let's see, where's the design little space here? Something inbound? Yes, one is inbound. And then, and what the hell happened with this? What happened? What happened with you? Oh my god. What the hell? Dude! What happened to our Yumako plants? They just died. What the fuck? How did that happen? I don't understand it. It shouldn't have been able to happen. No seeds. Yeah, I know, but no seeds. But we have a net positive amount of seeds. So we started with some seeds, and we got 24% extra seeds for every iteration. Plus, actually, we got 74% extra seeds. So where the hell did all the seeds go? I don't know. We don't have the soils. It makes no sense. Like, we have a net positive seeds, and then they just disappeared. Maybe the ones that can't plant. I don't know what that means. The ones that can't plant are not using seeds. So where did my seeds go? In the planter queue? They get buffered? But the box will still request them. If they are here, then nothing. Like, not even the ones that... Okay, so these ones will go somewhere else. There. But it can't be that little we have, right? Or maybe it is. This one has at least something. Maybe. Maybe this is... Actually, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, I could actually be getting stuck out here. We get a lot of these. For every stack here, I should not get 2. Or I should get 1 by default, so I should get almost 2. No more plants. So. Go, 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 go. Like the cheap soil. The cheap soil still needs seeds, so I'm going to use seeds on making soil. Then I don't have the seeds to make the rest of the stuff. But anyway, we're in design mode. But, oh, okay. So we could just invent some, but it just kind of, it bugs me a little bit that it works like this. But that's the way it is. That's the way of the world. So now it goes up to this one. Go, 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 go. These ones are now chugging along. That means both we get the Yumako mash, which goes into here, so we get some of this glorious thing. But also the Yumako mash should help us get some Yumako seeds. Sweet. So it should give us a net positive Yumako seeds. But we do need to build up a repository of seeds before we can make the new soil. Yeah, more than X seals. Yes, exactly. But let's check this one and see all the problems that I didn't anticipate. Fast is not the first word that comes to mind for this. Hold on, here's another question. No, I'm wondering if I could build this over here. And this one we have to be a longhand inserter, then these could be shorthand inserters. Then I could make this one sit here. Doesn't give us anything. And this one is keep requesting because it doesn't really run out somehow. Or it doesn't stockpile. No, it never stockpiles actually. It'll never stockpile. Okay, why not? Ah, trash unrequested. That's why it gets so weird. Good. Okay. So now that goes in here. Get a little bit of science. This one is able to spoil, so we'll need to do that. Woo! Amazing. Although very spoiled, but yeah. Very spoiled. Spoiled like my kids. Half spoiled. I remember we spent so much time fixing the seed issue on first playthrough. It's why we hate Clever. It never made sense. Yes. It's true. But I think in the first case, I did not realize until a bit later that when you run this process in a assembler with no productivity modules, it looks like it's like, oh, tons of stuff going in, but then it's completely neutral, which is not good. But I mean, it is what it is. So you need to put modules in, then you get 24%, or you need to switch to biochambers as fast as possible, so you get the 74% productivity. And then there's also the part that all the stuff that gets stuck in here, in these ones, here, this gets stuck, which kind of takes some percentage of all of it, or not the percentage, but a certain fixed amount out. So if you're running a seed economy with maybe you're turning over an hour, you're turning 20 profit, then those 20 profit can easily just get stuck here, and then the 30 in here, and then you're sort of looking at a negative cycle, and then it runs out. And the nutrient diet, of course. Well, normally you wouldn't build planters that cannot plant. Correct. And in this case, you could also say like, yeah, okay, so we make the planters that cannot plant, but then just sort of kill this one here, right? But on the other hand, it can't plant right now, but soon it will be able to. Well, no, not really. This is the yellow, greenish. What's the difference here? The red is a no. The yellow is not the overgrowth. That's the overgrowth. All of this area is yes. Why do I not? There's no distinction between the overgrowth and this Yumako soil. Yeah, okay. So now we can see what can actually be covered. Right? But this one really is something that I think this is why I didn't like it, was because you have to go like this and this and this, and I was like, okay, these are the ones that have potential, so you have to go through all of these squares here. It is a lot of extra we get from it. It's also just a lot of extra work, and the question is whether we make it good enough that we can just go like, yeah, whatever, just click a big old square there. Dude, what are you doing? Tourists, yes. There you go. Oh. It's the big guy. Good. All good. Now what? Volcanoes. Full again. Okay. This makes a massive difference on some of them. On some, like this one, is just completely goes from empty to full, basically. Very important, especially on a design world where all resources are free. But this is one of those things I get addicted to. Like, oh, just one more, just one more. You remember that from our playthrough? It's just like always like, oh, okay, then I just do one more little tile here. And also, I can't just accept that this is too much because now I'm committed to. But what I could also just do is just click this damn thing here. One more. Just like, yeah, put it down everywhere it can. Fine. This one. Whatever. Yeah, this is actually better. It uses slightly more, but it's not actually that much worse. Like, yeah, okay, twice as much in some cases. Okay, that's definitely how we do this, because I don't have the patience for the other alternative. There. There. Yeah, much simpler. And yes, using a little bit more. How do you feel about putting concrete below the aqua tower? I don't think I can even see that it's there, so... Maybe. If I'd done it, I would think it was a good idea. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't feel it's necessary. Good. Okay, so we got somewhere on Gleber. We need to make this happen, which is going to be one of the next things. I think we need to sort of tweak a little bit on the pace of it. So I owe you 1 hour. Seems that, yeah, Jelnut seems to start probably the same shit as the other one. Yep, same shit. Could argue that you didn't want to request it in here, but it should be a one-time thing. Yeah. Fine. So tomorrow, I don't know if we're gonna continue this or doing the mega base. I think kind of feel that we should do mega basing tomorrow. So Good night, everyone. I am wasted beyond wasted, so yeah. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for that glorious hype train. I'd rather be somewhat sane and awake tomorrow than try to keep awake for one more hour. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.